All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Saturday. Welcome to Off the Rails. We got our special guest today, Penumbral.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
My pleasure. I feel like I'm being interviewed.
You are being interviewed.
God. I feel like I'm in a job interview right now.
I mean, it's a loving interview. It's a loving interview. You're fine. You're fine.
That's great. Don't have to list anything off.
Before we hop into things, though, I do want to just give people the general disclaimer. I'm not going to be reacting to chat as much until we get to the Q&A section, and you guys will be able to ask basically whatever you want. So if you want to embarrass your favorite streamer, Penumbral, here, live.
Oh, God. Not on someone else's stream, man. I get enough of that on my own.
You'll have that opportunity, and we will clip it.
No clippers. No clippers are allowed in my chat. Wait, it's not my chat anymore.
It's true. Oh, that's right. You don't control these people. I do.
Oh, well, let's be honest. No streamer controls their chat.
I mean, that's true.
If we could control chat, we would have a lot of an easier time with things.
I mean, would we? We'd lose out on like half the fun.
Yeah, but we'd also lose out on half the pain. So I guess it balances out in the end.
Chat's already.
Yeah.
They're already revolting.
When aren't they? Oh, you meant like a revolution. I thought you meant the other definition. That's fine too.
That's true. But why don't you go ahead and give yourself an introduction for the people who don't know what you do?
Oh God. Okay. Try and sum up my scuffed channel. I do Vtuber news weekly, and I do occasionally, sometimes post longer videos. I think it's been a month since my last one, so don't bank on that too much. But I am Penumbral. I am a PNG, in case you couldn't see, and I make memes most of the time. God. I should really work on my self-introduction.
It's one of those things you're like, yeah, I can do that. And then as soon as someone asks, you're like, wait, what do I do again? What?
Yeah, it's like when you meet a new person and they ask you to explain, like, introduce yourself or explain what you're about, and you're like, how do you sum up myself in like 30 words? But yeah, I'm a moron on the internet. That's all you really need to know.
I mean, you're a pretty successful moron on the internet by all accounts here.
Well, the internet is known to make successes out of morons, so I guess I'm just another one riding that wave. But yeah, it's been a wild time getting into this community.
It's true.
Yeah, I did not expect it to go the way that it has. I didn't really expect much when I started, honestly. Oh yeah, tier list as well.
Yes,
God, my chat knows.
I will never let you forget the feet tier list. That is something that I will never let you forget. Your chat will never let you forget.
No one's gonna ever let me forget that tier list, man. That tier list went so out of control. I went to sleep with that tier list going up on Twitter, and I was like, it's fine, it's my normal tier list. I went to sleep, I woke up, and it was like, I had so many notifications. I opened my phone, and I saw Kiara had responded to it, and I think I had a heart attack. I actually just put my phone back down and went back to sleep because I was like, nah, not today.
Because I remember watching the metrics of that tweet, because you can see that now, and I saw when you posted it, and then I was like, haha, funny, and then I checked back a couple hours. I'm like, that's a 6-digit view number. What?
Yeah.
What? And then I'm like, that's a lot of likes and comments. Holy crap.
Yeah. Bro, sometimes those tier lists take on a life of their own. I did not there's no part of me that when I thought about ranking feet that I thought the people that I was ranking were going to see it, but then it happened. And that's a strange level of fear,
That it is always, I can relate to that too. Cause I make videos about people, and whenever I see someone's commented, there's that primal fear in you. They're like, oh, please tell me you liked it. Please.
Yeah.
Because
the tier lists are scary for me for like a specific reason of when you see the tier list, that's all you see. That's all the context you have. So because the outreach of my tier list right on Twitter is like 1,000,000 times higher than the actual reach of the stream that I made the tier list in. So there's a majority of people that see my rankings that don't see the vibe of the stream that it came from. And so there's always a part of me that's kind of scared that one of the VTubers is going to stumble across it and think I'm like 100% serious with my rankings. It's kind of why I try and make the general vibe of the tiers themselves very like jokey. It's just so that no one can kind of stumble across it and think, oh, this guy's an asshole, you know?
Yeah, because they also wouldn't have the context of you like talking with chat while you're making it. Because I'm a purveyor of your tier list streams. You've seen me in there.
I've noticed you in there a few times.
And it's it's a lot of you talking with chat and like coming to a consensus with the mob that is chat.
and like half of the rankings are actually polls from chat. If we're kind of in half of mind of a few tiers, I just let chat decide. And so there's a few times where like a tier list goes live and I get a response from the VTuber being like, hey, what the hell, man? And I'm like, it was not me. It's not me. Blame my community. They're awful.
I mean, the community is a reflection of the streamer.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you don't have to eviscerate my point like that. But yeah, I mean, I do that when I'm talking about like what tier list I'm going to do, because my Discord decides on what the tier list is going to be about. So sometimes when I post a tier list, I'm like, this isn't me, this is my chat, and then my chat types in the replies are like, yeah, but you made the suggestion. I have to try and get them to shut up.
They gave you the ammunition, you fired the gun though.
Yeah, that's true. One of these days I'll learn to just shut up. I just won't post a tier list anymore. It'll be great. It'll just be our little joke. That's what it started at as well. That's the weird thing. The tier list started as just like me and like a few people in my chat just talking about VTubers. It wasn't very, it wasn't very serious. There was no real plan. It was just sort of like me and the boys talking about VTubers. And then at some point, it just kind of had a curve and it went wild.
I remember that because I think I was in your Discord at the time when you first put the idea out there. Because I remember vividly seeing the post that you're like, guys, we're just gonna do tier lists now, and I'm like, what? And then it worked.
It did. I don't know. There's something of it. I think. Well, I mean, I guess if we're going to talk about content creation, talking about live streams is probably a good start. I think one of the things that works really well for YouTube live streams is if you have a very solid plan of what you're going to do in a live stream, and you go in there and do it, and then you stop.
Oh, so, hi Mino, thanks for the raid. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yo,
Mino Miyako, thank you so much. Welcome on in, Raiders.
I will also thank for the raid.
But yes,
I got my first raid on Twitch the other day, and I had no plans for it. I was like, oh god, what do I do? But yeah, with YouTube streams, I think it's really, really important to have a plan. I think YouTube streams do worse when you're doing just normal Twitch stream things, like you're just chatting or you're just playing a video game, right? I think in terms of, because I'm gonna end up rambling for a while here.
That's fine. But that's what we do here. You can ask my chat. Tangents are legendary.
Yeah, we're going way off curve. It's fine. Because when you think about YouTube, right? When you think about streaming on YouTube, you're competing with like videos for attention, right? Because your live stream is in the sidebar next to, I've edited 10-minute video about, I don't know, top 10 guns in Call of Duty or whatever the viral thing of the week is. So for people to want to click on and enter your stream, it has to be very obvious, I think, what the plan is for that stream. So that's what I noticed, is that tier list streams, for example, or news streams, a stream where I have a very solid plan. I'm going to do a tier list. I'm going to talk about the news. And I do that, and it's very clear from the title and thumbnail that's what the stream is. It's more likely that someone's going to want to watch. So I think that's kind of why the tier lists took off. And then Twitter, Twitter's Twitter. Who knows what the Twitter gods decide?
See, it's funny you mentioned that, because I feel like that's a fundamental part of YouTube streaming that people don't get. That like Twitch and YouTube streams are completely different.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And like one stream can just completely outperform another, where based off of it, like you said, title and thumbnail. Like I know what my average numbers are if I'm just sitting here talking with chat, and the stream like kind of has a loose point, but not like a big one. But then there's streams like, you know, the Nichi Sanji audition stream, which
I saw that. That was wild.
I know is going to be huge, but that's because it has a very finite purpose. Like,
yeah.
But that's what I think is great about YouTube, is if you can find that thing that is interesting, you're like, you can get the numbers that you want, and you can get the, you know, the growth, the engagement that you want, because you being smart about like your topic choice pays dividends on YouTube.
Yeah. I've always thought that YouTube, I guess, has what I would describe as a lot more like pop-off potential. There's a lot more room for your stream to just completely outperform whatever you've done before. I remember when I first started streaming, like my most watched stream is still a stream I did, you know, months ago, before I even really had, you know, the Twitter following or whatever I have now. It's okay. It's kind of embarrassing what it is. It's the bloody mummy tier list.
I remember that one.
I don't know what it was.
I think that was the first one of yours that I saw that like broke 100, right?
Yeah. Well, that I think the average viewers in that was 200.
Yeah, like because I'd been watching your stuff for a while, and I'm like, what the hell is he doing? Like, and then I see like
that is a very appropriate reaction. That was, yeah, that's the reaction I aim for with my tier list. But it was just, I don't know what it was. It was like I just came up with it, and something, I guess, you know, VTuber audience is really into just mummies. It's just their thing. Because the parenting tier list I did the other day as well also did really well, which is, I don't know. Freud would have a lot of things to say about the VTuber fandom. I'm pretty sure about that.
Trust me, there's a lot of people that have a lot of things to say about the VTuber fandom, myself included.
Oh yeah, I'm in that box myself.
It's been a lot of fun to see all the stuff you've been doing. I'll admit, because
it's been a lot of fun to do it. Yeah,
I was trying to remember what the first thing I saw you do, because there was a time where like you, Kyo, and Sebe just all appeared on my radar all at once.
Yeah.
And I remember, I know exactly what I saw for Sebe. I was like, what was Penumbral? And so I was scrolling through your shorts, and I'm like, oh, it was the what VTuber you watch says about you, or what VTubers to watch.
Oh, it was what VTubers you watch. I think that's like one of my first ever shorts, man. That is, oh god, hang on, I could probably find it. I have to go to like the last page of my YouTube analytics. Susan, let me sort my analytics by shorts, please. I don't have to scroll through everything to get there.
One day.
One day. But yeah, no, that was like one of the first. That was like back when I first started making content. I think that's before I even did an experience vid. Was I just had this, because it was a reflection of me, honestly, because I watched so many. Oh no, it was one of my earlier ones. It was like in between my first NDV. Wait. Yeah, it was in between my first indie VTuber experience vids, and it was sort of a reflection on kind of what I do, which is I watch like 10 streams at once, and I have very little to show for it. But so I made that, and I think shorts, especially those early ones that kind of popped off relative to my channel, were the real driving force of me being like, hey, this shorts thing, it's kind of got some potential.
See, that's what's funny, is I still think, like, we've seen a lot of new people pop up because of shorts, right? Like, I think the most famous example that people will know of is Lopi. Yeah.
Yep.
Despite her, you know, having made TikToks for literally like a year and a half.
Yeah. I think it was closer to 2, I think. I can't remember.
It was a long time. And then the newest one is Mother V3 has been popping off in shorts.
Oh, you're more in the know than I am.
Well, she's still in the new ish.
Right.
But like I saw one of her shorts, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be another Punkalopi situation. Which is good, because
it is cool. Yeah.
Shorts are why I exist, you know?
Yeah. And same for me. I mean, I started making shorts mainly because I saw your shorts, actually. It was kind of similar. You and Sebi, I think, were the two. And I sort of saw your lore shorts, and I was like, what if I did that, but for like, instead of the lore but the actual, the streamer themselves. That was kind of the driving, I guess, motivation for that. But I think something that's important to know about shorts as well, though, is that like Lopi didn't pop off out of nowhere. She had like a really strong like list of shorts that were already existing. And so, because I was there when she started popping off, I think I caught wind of her when she was at like 5K subs or something close to that.
Yeah.
And I remember watching, and it wasn't one short going like mental. It wasn't one blowing up. It was like her top 10 shorts were all getting like hundreds of thousands of views, right? And it's because she had built up that backlog for them to all, and then the YouTube algorithm loves that. People who make shorts kind of recognize that when one of your shorts starts doing really well, it tends to have a ripple effect on every other short you have in the same sort of category, at least a little bit.
Yep.
So she had that sort of back and forth effect going on. But yeah, shorts are definitely powerful. I think if you want to get noticed, if you want to like get outreach, shorts are probably the biggest outreach you will have as a new content creator.
I also just don't think that, in addition to them being the best way of making content, I feel like it's almost required now.
Oh yeah, if you want to compete, yeah.
I mean, like, video competition is already so fierce on YouTube to begin with, because it's YouTube.
Yeah.
And then you're trying to get people. What the heck? My YouTube just started autoplay. But then you're trying to get people to also pay attention to you specifically. Yeah. And I'm still so proud of this analogy that I gave very, very, very long ago. But I've always compared videos, shorts, and live streams to food. Whereas like a live stream is like, it's a dining experience. Like you're going to like a high-end chef and they're like making the food in front of you. And it's not just about eating the food, right? It's like watching it being prepared, seeing the show and all that, which is a really hard sell to people who don't have an interest in that thing already, right? Like if people kind of like sushi, they probably don't want to pay $400 worth of their time equivalent, to go watch a master chef make sushi because they just don't care about it.
Yep.
But you say like, hey, there's this really awesome sushi place down the street. Do you want to try it? That's like a video, it's like a nice little meal. They enjoy it. And shorts are a snack that anyone anywhere will try. They're like, hey, watch this funny 30-second clip. It's like, oh, but anyone can watch that.
Yeah. That is a good analogy. My analogies are terrible. I hope I don't actually end up coming up with any on stream right now, because my analogies end up going way off topic. I end up having to like go like 10 paragraphs deep. But yeah, I mean, shorts, I think an important thing to notice about shorts though is that there is a difference between a shorts audience and a live stream audience as well, in that they're sort of, so the way I always think about it is that shorts have the biggest outreach. However, the people that watch your shorts aren't necessarily your audience. They're just people that happen to stumble across your shorts, and they might watch your shorts, but they're probably not the people that are joining your Discord or interacting on Twitter. And then you have videos which are like kind of half between live streams and shorts. People that watch your videos are probably more interested in you as a creator. They're probably more likely to follow you on other platforms, but there are also a lot of them are just clicking in and clicking off. Live stream audience is like your core demographic. It's a lot smaller than every other demographic. Way less people will end up watching any of your streams than they will your shorts or your videos, but they are like your core demographic. And so I think a really important part of like content creation is figuring out how to transfer your shorts audience into your longer form content. And stream clips are a good way to do that. However, I have noticed there's a lot of people that just make stream clips, and that's like the only shorts they do. They just take clips from the stream and they put it up, and that's fine. But I think
it used to be fine.
Yeah, well, that's I think the competition now is so fierce that unless you have an absolutely insane moment, right, like an absolutely out there clip, it's unlikely to get traction. Once you have an audience, then your audience will want to watch clips of you. That's just how, audiences work. People that are interested in a VTuber will watch clips of that VTuber. But before you have an audience, if you're just getting clips from a stream and putting it up, the chances of you getting an audience from that is very slim. I think what you need to is like what Lopi did, and I think it's, again, kind of why she popped off so much, is that Lopi made funny shorts. They were like really funny.
Yeah, they're
quick.
They're explicitly shorts. Like they're not clips. They are from start to finish intended full shorts.
Yeah, they are. She's creating content. She decided, I'm going to make a short. She made a short. It's funny. It's not a clip. It's not, you know, just taken from a stream. She sat down and made an entire short. And I think that's part of kind of the appeal of some shorts, is when you have a pre-made short like that, it tends to do better because you're not competing with, you know, the 10 other funny clips that happened to VTubers this week. You're only competing with other people that are making explicit shorts, and there's not that many doing it. There's surprisingly few comparative to how many VTubers there are.
That's one of the only reasons that I think my shorts even do well at all, is because, you know, they're self-contained, meant to be shorts, not just clips. And like, yeah, that's the other thing, is like, with shorts, you feel like you're comparing to everyone else, because, you know, 99% of clips I see these days are just clips of a stream or whatever. But when comparing to that, you know, individualized experience, yeah, it's very different to what the quote unquote meta of short making is.
Yeah.
But like, they will find their audience very quickly.
Yeah. It's stream clips are good because they are probably the easiest way to transition a shorts based audience into a live stream audience, you know? Is that there's a lot of people like on my TikTok who, because I feel like my TikTok and my YouTube audiences are kind of split. I have two separate ones because they don't really interact much. A lot of them had no idea that I did streams until I posted stream clips. So there's that whole avenue of like, hey, letting them know. But I would never have gotten that audience unless I made specifically clips, specific shorts for TikTok. And TikTok's huge as well. You can have different opinions on the platform. It's definitely a contentious issue. I mean,
that's how
it is huge.
So, okay, this is kind of funny but it ties into all the stream clip talk we've been doing. Is the lore shorts weren't on my channel originally. I started a TikTok with them in mind. Oh. And that was like, they were an experiment. Like, that's why the handle on TikTok is VTuber lore. Is they were only meant to be an experiment. And but they like immediately were popping off, and I'm like, huh.
Popping up in a can, sorry.
So, no, you're good. So I decided at this time, it was very scary because I only had like 900 subs when I made this decision.
Yeah.
But like, I was like, I started it as an experiment because I thought it would be, at the time, it was going to be like a whole video of like, this is why shorts are important. Because this is back when I was really still in the educational sphere a lot.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I watched some of those when I was starting up. Very
helpful. Glad they helped. But then it took on a life of its own, and I'm like, my good idea is paying off. I have to keep going with it. And so then I'm like, you know what? Started posting them on the main YouTube channel, and from there, you know, the lore cat has been born.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you gotta go where the success is. You gotta, once you find a niche, you gotta hit it. That's kind of why I think my shorts did well, is because I didn't really have anyone doing the weekly news roundup, right? There was a lot of news channels. There was, you know, you got False, you got Q, and you have like the bigger channels that occasionally do VTuber news, like Rev or whatever. But there was no one doing like very short 60-second, here's what happened in like last week, right?
Right.
And so when I did it, I think that's a big part of content creation as well, is finding your niche. You have to find an area of the community that isn't super contested, you know?
And something you said earlier really hammers this point over of like finding your niches. If you have success with something, you can't be afraid to just jump all in on that thing, because especially in content creation, if something works once and you knew what you were like, if you make a decision to jump into a niche and it worked, you can't back out. You gotta go.
No, you gotta go for it. Like, you gotta hit it. But yeah, I mean, because the problem is obviously is as a community gets more people in it, niches become more and more hard to find. I think you get a lot of that, especially with regards to sort of like load tubers, if you will, because it used to be back when VTubing was like new and exciting. Having a VTuber that was more, I guess, on the explicit side of the content was wild, right? I still remember when Melody was like the first one to, you know, cross into more adult platforms, and everyone was like, what? But as time's gone on, obviously more and more people have seen that work and they've jumped into that sphere. And so it's now more contested. It's not enough to just be in that niche. You have to have a niche within a niche almost, which that's just how content creation works. And eventually it'll get to the point where everything's saturated and you have to be the best in your niche.
Yeah, because
which will happen. It'll happen to all of us.
There's a saying, I never remember who says this, even though I quote it all the time. With like media and content, you're either first or you're best. Those are really your only two options. Like in my case, I've seen people do better lore breakdowns than I have, but I was still first. So, you know,
I mean, it is honestly, it's getting in first in content creation, being the first person to do something is half the battle. Like,
it's such an unbelievable advantage.
Like, there's a reason why
it's crazy.
There's a reason why like the daily upload like that Kyo does or like False does, where they report on an issue the first time, works really well, is because if you're the first person to post a video about an issue, everyone who searches for like what the hell happened to this person is going to go to your video. And the other end of that would be like someone like Nusagi, who unfortunately doesn't make videos anymore, but he was what I would define as probably the best conclusive wrap up of a situation. You know, he wouldn't report on it until it was, you know, maybe a month or two ago, but when he made a video about like the Russia situation or whatever, it was a really, really well made conclusive analysis of the entire situation. So you have those two ends of the spectrum. If you're in the middle, you're probably not going to get much traction,
because there's just no reason to stick around. That's the honest, harsh reality. And like, you see it all the time with like, that's why so many streamers they have like a slightly controversial edge to them.
Yeah,
because like, you have to have something that makes you stand out, because if you try and stay middle of the road, no one cares. It's so rough to hear, but like,
it is, but
no one cares.
It's the truth. There's so much competition in every sphere of the community. You have to have something to make you stand out. It doesn't have to be like, it could be your model. Like there, you know, if you look at someone like Fillion, the reason Fillion popped off so much is because nobody did what Fillion did in terms of a 3D model that kind of broke the way hers did, you know? You see a Fillion clip and it's a very unique, like, I wonder if her head's going to pop off this time, you know?
Yeah.
So you have to have something that people go, what? You know, something new. Because if you're another one of the 100,000 VTubers that are posting, you know, Apex clips or whatever, it sucks to hear. It is very harsh, but it is a harsh truth. It's not, you know, it's probably not going to get you much traction because there's no reason for someone to watch you as opposed to watching the person they already know that does that.
Right. Like, you know, just to use you as an example, I think is a great thing of like, let's say someone started trying to do like tier lists every week like you do, right? They're competing directly with you. And like, the sad fact of the reality is like, for, you know, the majority of people who've seen the tier lists, they're not going to think of the newcomer on the block. They're going to pick you.
It is weird. It's a weird thing because tier list, I didn't come up with tier lists. Tier lists have been a thing for like a million years, right?
Right.
And I wasn't the first person in the VTuber scene to do it, but I think I'm the first person to consistently do it.
Yeah,
every single week.
Indexed into it is the thing. And like like between that and your weekly news is like, you are known for some very specific things, which is important.
Yeah.
Like having name recognition from someone, like knowing what you are and can like describe to other people what you are is unbelievable value.
Yeah, well, I saw, like, I hopped into a few streams recently on Twitch. Like I hopped into Cottontails at the end of my stream. You know, you raid into people on Twitch because it's a fun way to interact with the communities. So I've raided into, you know, Cottontail or Zen or whatever, and every time they're like, "Oh, you're the tier list guy," and I'm like, "Sure, that's me." So like, getting that recognition of like that's what you're known for is big, but I don't know. It's kind of weird as well, because when I started the tier lists weren't actually meant to be a way to get outreach, if that makes sense. Like
Right.
the shorts were, when I was making videos, when I was making shorts, when I was doing the news, the thing was I kind of want this to be my content. I want to make this content. The tier list was meant to be fun. It was just meant to be like a time filler. I was like, I want to stream more. I don't know what to stream. And I just came up, I was like, why don't we just do tier lists? That's a fun pastime. And honestly, the uploading it on Twitter was like a second thought. I was like, maybe people will want to see the whole tier list rather than, you know, watch the VOD. And now it's become its own form of content, which I didn't really intend for it to be. But again, you gotta go where you're getting attention from, I guess.
Yeah. It's definitely true. I mean, like it sometimes you do feel, or at least I know I've felt in the past, like when someone immediately calls out the type of content you make before like your actual name, that can be a little off-putting, because like I know personally when I enter streams, it's not Raelice, it's the Lore Cat. I'm known as the Lore Cat over my name, which is like kind of funny, but that getting that recognition, even though you like can kind of find it annoying sometimes, is still like it cannot be understated how much it's worth its weight in gold.
Yeah,
because like,
I mean, and
it's crazy.
It's also for me personally, even beyond like a content creation numbers thing, for me the reason I made content in the first place was because I like the VTuber community, right? I like the VTubers themselves. I like the entire aspect of it. I'm a big fan. So, you know, and the tier lists are kind of the first time that I've actually been able to interact with the community as a whole, which is honestly the biggest thing for me, more than any of like numbers or anything. The thing that I find the coolest is that it's let me actually interact with and connect kind of with the community and some of the VTubers that I'm a fan of. That's the coolest thing to me, you know?
Yeah.
So
I do
before
think
that, I mean,
that's a little harder. I know I personally feel this way, and I know a lot of other YouTube streamers that are VTubers feel this way. When those of us who primarily do stuff on YouTube, it's maybe it's just me, but like I feel a lot more disconnected from the quote unquote community than people who focus on Twitch.
Oh yeah, you're 100%.
Because like
correct.
it's
YouTube is isolated as hell.
Because like I feel happy when someone's like, "Hey, I want to interact with you." I'm like, wait, I'm not just on my own little island over here.
I mean, yeah, it does feel like that though, right?
Yeah.
On every other platform, on Twitter, it's all about interactions. On Twitch, it's, you know, you have raids and you have
shout outs, you have like you have all these things.
You have like your name, they can click on your name, you have the little, if you're a partner, which I'm not, but if you are, you have the little tick. There's a lot more back and forth interaction. On YouTube, it very much feels like you are a YouTube channel, you're on your own in this little bubble, and no one else can really interact with you. When I get comments from people on my YouTube videos, like the people I'm talking about, that still shocks me. I'm like, you found this somehow?
Right. Like it's, I actually, I'm going to call him out because I know he's in chat still. But I remember the first time another YouTuber, VTuber, specifically VTuber Senpai, called me out on a stream, and I saw messages saying VTuber Senpai sent me, and I was like, "So wait, what? This happens over here? What's going on?" And then
I remember the continue.
But and then like another VTuber did a little bit later, like via manual rating, and it was still like it was the first time in a long time that that had happened, and it was still it's so weird just how isolating YouTube feels compared to Twitch.
Yeah, there's definitely less of a I guess I think to me, I think it's because YouTube doesn't have the sort of community of streamers, you know? When you go to Twitch.
It does though. Like,
I mean, like, I guess more identity is maybe the better term. But like when you go to Twitch is a streaming place. Right. You go to Twitch for streams. Everyone on Twitch is streaming. So it's got this very solid community of this is for streamers. When you go on YouTube, it's still very like video short stream. There's not that like core, I guess. I'm still waiting for them to add a easier way to find streams when they're live, because it's so hard to actually find out who's live now. I'm still waiting for that UI update.
I have a very short list of people that I raid because I know that when they stream. So
that's smart. I find it hard to raid because it's just they need to have it enabled and you need to find them, which means you need to be sub to them. And I'm not sub to a lot of the people that I know because it just never crosses your mind. Like I've stumbled on people's channels that I've been like watching for a while, and then I realize I'm not subbed. I'm like, oh dang, whoops.
Because YouTube, you don't even need to. That's the crazy thing about YouTube. You don't need to sub to someone to see their stuff all the time.
No, like YouTube knows what you watch. So if you watch someone over and over again, they will just recommend it to you, and it's the same as if you were subbed. So
yeah, so it's easy to forget. I definitely get that, but I definitely get, you know, that consensus, because like YouTube, I've said this many times in the past, I don't think there will ever be a moment in time where YouTube is not video focused. Streaming will forever be a third priority. Like it is the bottom of the bucket list in terms of like feature updates and everything.
Yeah.
So while I love YouTube as a platform, you do have to accept that unless you're like part of an org, like, you know, Niji Sanji or, you know, all this other stuff, then you really are just kind of on your own little island as far as streaming is.
Yeah. I'm honestly waiting. The thing that I want most, my probably most desired feature is I wish that they would just have 2 tabs at the top of the homepage, and one would be normal homepage like it is now, and then there's one that's just live, and it's like Twitches, you know, where you can sort by game, you can sort by sub, you can see who's live on the left hand. You can already kind of do that, but it's a bit kind of off to the side. Just, you know, really firmly divide them so that you can go, if you go to YouTube, you have your normal homepage where live streams will pop up and you can click in and out. But if you want to watch someone stream, or you want to watch a stream, you go to YouTube, you go to the live tab, and then there's like all the streams. Because currently, I feel like very few people I think go to YouTube for streams. You know, like let's say you're chilling, you have like an hour, you're working on a project, and you're like, I kind of want a live stream on the side to watch. If you go to Twitch, you go to Twitch for that. Nobody's like, I want to watch just any live stream. I just want to watch someone stream. And then it's like, I know where I'll go. I'll go to YouTube. You go to YouTube if a content creator you know is streaming. Like if you're a Niji fan or whatever, you're like, oh, Scarlett's streaming now, I'll go watch her. But you don't think, I kind of want to watch a stream. I guess I'll go try and find someone on YouTube's terrible UI.
Yeah, I do feel like most of my streaming audience is definitely people who have accidentally noticed I was live. Right? Yeah. It's like, oh, I was watching a short and I saw the little red icon. I clicked on it and now here I am. Or like, you know, I happened to be searching this VTuber thing and I just happened to be streaming about it right then. And like, that's how they'll accidentally go into the stream.
that's why thumbnail and title is so important on a YouTube stream, whereas on Twitch it doesn't really matter. Like on YouTube, I mean, I can on it, like I have the analytics obviously on my page, but also just from like my Twitch streaming, right? Way less people watch me on Twitch than on YouTube, and I don't think that's because way less people are interested necessarily, although it is because I'm playing a game, not talking about mummies or whatever. But like I think it's just because the average viewer, right, isn't as invested in you as maybe you think at first glance. Like the average viewer, your average audience member, they're not really looking at your Twitter, they're not in your Discord, they're not really caring. They just kind of see you when you pop on pub and they're like, oh, I like that guy, I'm gonna go watch. So on YouTube, when I go live, a lot of people will see it pop up and they go, oh, I'll go watch that. Whereas on Twitch, because my main audience is on YouTube, it's not that people aren't clicking on it because they're like, oh, I don't care. It's because they just don't see it. And if people don't see it, they're not going to actively seek it out, you know?
One other thing that I've come to really recognize, I obviously don't know like your metrics and things, but a big chunk of my core audience just watch on phones. Like even streams. It's like 85%. And guess what Twitch sucks at? Yeah, you can see that in analytics.
Oh, hey.
Because like
I'll find that for you.
I've ran the poll a couple times just to see like where people are watching from and things. And granted, like I do primarily shorts content, so it's not a real surprise that like people were watching on the phone. But even on live streams, people are watching on mobile.
Really?
And
that is interesting.
One of the biggest things that I've heard from viewers is that one of the reasons why they only watch on YouTube is because Twitch mobile sucks.
It sucks so much. It
so
is
bad.
horrific. I don't know how it's still so bad considering how long they've been in the game, but yeah, like, oh god, Twitch mobile, that's where dreams go to die.
But it's just fascinating because like the other part of that is a huge chunk of my community is actually in the Philippines. Like,
yeah, I have that as well.
And like some other countries where internet connections might not be the best, and guess what? You can watch a YouTube stream with a really crappy internet.
Yeah.
You can't watch a Twitch stream with a bad internet. It's just not going to happen. Like,
yeah,
you're lucky if it even loads.
I've said this for a while. I think in terms of a pure streaming platform, YouTube is better in terms of like the technicalities of it, in terms of like, you know, the quality you get, because on Twitch you need to like be partnered to get like a certain quality, and it's on Twitch, I swear to god, streams lag way more. I very rarely have an issue on YouTube where like my bit rate drops or whatever. I just think because YouTube is so kind of set in having, you know, these servers, and Google knows what it's doing as far as handling, you know, streaming. It's just the only thing that YouTube is lacking right now is that kind of,
it's missing the social features.
Yeah, it's missing all of the little things from Twitch.
I personally do feel, like you said, I feel like that in terms of just streaming, like the streaming capabilities, the bitrate, all that stuff, YouTube is just straight up superior. I don't think anyone can really contest that. But Twitch has like dozens of other features that are just so much more fun.
Yeah, that's honestly the biggest problem, and the biggest thing I noticed when like switching from YouTube and Twitch to back again, because I stream on both, is that things just work on Twitch. Like when you need something, we need like an overlay, if you need sound alerts, if you need a different kind of chat,
it just
anything
works.
You want, there's just a thing, there's a button you can click and then it's there. Whereas on YouTube, right, on YouTube my chat just broke randomly forever, and I switched from Streamlabs to Stream Elements. I switched around, I couldn't get it working.
I tried to help you with that.
Yeah, I hit you up because I noticed your chat worked perfectly, and I was like, how did you get that going? And I noticed this more as I look around like Niji Sanji, is that most people don't use like a Stream Elements, Streamlabs, you know, interface chat. It's just have
custom.
They just have a custom CSS pull from the pop-out chat.
Yep.
Which is because the interface between YouTube and any like external, you know, management software just sucks. Like sometimes it takes like 5 minutes for super chat alerts to come through on my stream on YouTube. Sorry, I don't know why. It's just YouTube just doesn't like interfacing with anything.
Well, it's why like my custom programs that interact with chat, I don't even use the YouTube API because it's like it's that bad to work with. I literally have a web scraper that works better than integrating with their API. Like that's how ridiculous trying to integrate with YouTube is. And it's one of the reasons why, you know, because Ludwig's been working on his plugin Truffle for forever, right? And he's only been able to get it to work in like a couple people's streams because it's such a nightmare.
It's just, that's the biggest thing. I think streaming on Twitch is easier, right? When you go live on Twitch, if you want to stream, you just hit a button. You hit go live and you go up, and that's it. That's literally all you need to do.
Ixie just mentioned something that I have a personal pain point with. So he said, I can never receive member gifts with this YouTube account. God. Have you? Okay.
Fucking member gifts.
So
sorry.
I have a video that I had to take down because YouTube didn't like it, where I was ranting about memberships. Because okay. It's story time. This is just one of the levels of frustration that YouTube has for no reason. There's no reason for this. So I was watching a friend's stream, VTuber Senpai actually, and I gifted 5 members. Just, because I was like, have a good day, whatever, and then didn't think much of it. I didn't know that people had to claim it back then. And then like a month later, it's like, we refunded your membership gift. I'm like, what do you mean you refunded the members I gave? Excuse me? Because if people don't claim them, YouTube's just like, oh, apparently no one wants these, so they refund it. And I'm like, I gave those to a friend. What do you, excuse me? Like,
yeah, well, and
they're gonna get the email that says that it was refunded.
I know.
I'm so frustrated.
I have a very similar story. In one of my first ever YouTube streams, there was a guy in my community named Ardrino who's very, very, very generous, and he'd gifted like 25 members or something. And at the time, I think it was the first membership gift he'd ever gotten, and I was like, holy shit! And it popped up on the screen, and we were talking about it, but none of them went through. And none of it went, and I didn't know what the issue was because I was still so unfamiliar with just monetization in general. And I remember talking to Adreno, and he's like, "Yeah, I got refunded," and I was like, "Why?" And it's because it was my first ever gift. Nobody had it enabled it because for some reason, a lot of the time, the first people get the prompt to enable gifted is the first time gifts pop up. And I think in that stream I had like 30 people or something. So when someone gifts 25 members, there's not enough people to accept them all, so they just all get refunded. And I was like, oh.
That's low-key why so someone gifted 50 to me during Christmas, and I low-key had a minor heart attack about it, because I'm like, there weren't 50 people in stream. What is YouTube gonna do with this? Because it's so dumb that like people have to enable gifting, and like they have to accept the gift, which is
they have to be there.
It's the most asinine process because it doesn't make any sense. Like,
no.
If it's my personal opinion is if I gave money to YouTube or like to a streamer, if like I gifted you, 10 subs, whatever, and only 7 of them got claimed, you should still get the full amount that I gifted to you.
Exactly.
Even if no one else gets the members, right? Like,
because at the end of the day, it's not about the people receiving the member. It's cool that people can receive memberships because someone gifted.
Yeah, it's about giving support to the streamer, right? Like,
but it is. I'm getting so flustered, I'm choking.
I know.
At the end of the day, it's a donation. You're trying to support someone that you like.
That's the whole point.
You like. It's a donation just in the form of gifting memberships as opposed to a super chat, right? But for some reason, YouTube is so hung up on like, oh no, they have to. Like, what is the downside if someone gets a membership that they don't want? Oh, there's no like. I don't think anyone's going to be offended.
Well,
and in fact,
the only thing I can see is because you do get special notifications regardless of whether or not you wanted them if you are a member of a channel, right? Like if you post members only content, you get a specific notification about membership only. So like you could use that to troll people, right?
All you need to do is then move the prompt from accepting the membership to accepting the notification, right? So have the same prompt. It's just instead of them having to accept the gift, they have to accept the notifications. And if they deny it, they're still a member, but they just don't get any of the membership.
Yeah, but like that's honestly the only thing I could think of is like, but like that would still imply the person that you're trying to like troll is in the chat and has watched this person, right? Like
and randomly get selected.
It's so
well, actually, I don't know. And it's also, it removes, I think, one of the cool things that happens on Twitch sometimes, which is like, say someone's having a subathon and you follow them, but you're not in chat, and then you just get a random gift and that prompts you to maybe go and check them out. And I've had people in my chat who are like, hey, I didn't actually watch your Twitch streams before, but I got gifted a sub, so here I am.
I mean,
it's like a cool little
that's happened to me before. It's like I've popped into someone's stream for like 3 seconds, and then like a day or two later, you get that notification, and then you become a regular watcher of them. Like that's
because you go
that's
back,
a cool interaction. Why can't that just be normal?
That is what Twitch, I think, dominates in, is those social interactions between. Twitch feels like a pool of people, you know, it feels like a pool of content creators that are all kind of together. YouTube definitely feels it's very distinct. It's like multiple little ponds and everyone's in their own little pond, and you have to like buy a jet to get from one pond to the other. It is such a pain. You are like confined to your spot and that's it.
Yeah, it's slowly getting better, like very slowly. Like I've become really intertwined with a few other streamers recently, where our communities have started to like slowly kind of meld into each other because we keep on raiding each other, type of a thing.
Yeah,
and it's like it can happen on YouTube. It can, but it's like
have to force it though.
We had to make it happen.
Yeah, you have to try.
Like you have to try, which. I mean, VTubers being as fun and antisocial as a lot of us are over here on YouTube, that doesn't happen easily. Like,
it's just, it's so hard because like, there's times where like someone's live and I'd like to raid them at the end of a YouTube stream and I just can't, and then I have to try and raid someone else, and sometimes nobody's live that I've subbed to, so I'm just kind of like, well, guess we're not raiding, and that's like a lost opportunity, right? Because one of the coolest things about Twitch is that at the end of the stream you get a chance to interact with another audience.
Yeah.
Whereas on YouTube, you just kind of either you're stuck to not interacting with another audience ever, or you have to interact with an audience that you're probably already familiar with because you've probably raided them before, because they're like the one option you had.
Yeah. So. Thank you for the super chat, Fang. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Speaking of YouTube, social or monetization, but
it's actually one of the reasons I like these chats as well, because they just pick up. You don't need to wait for the alert; it's just there.
Yeah,
it pops up.
It's really, yeah. But
this is just turned into the like bitching about YouTube stream.
Well, like the problem is I think there's a reason why so many of us YouTubers complain about YouTube a lot, is because at the end of the day, we do really like YouTube. Like, we wouldn't be making content here if we didn't, you know? Like I have no desire to become a full-time Twitch streamer. That is not something I ever have plans of doing.
Yeah.
That sounds miserable to me. But like,
I mean, the grind on Twitch is kind of wild sometimes.
But like, I really love YouTube as a platform, and it's all born of frustrations of seeing, you know, Twitch having all these features that would be so awesome on YouTube. And the frustration is born from, we all know that if YouTube really wanted to, implementing these features would be trivial to them. But at the end of the day, YouTube is a video platform. It's always going to be a video platform. Streams are just always going to be, you know, the third priority on the list.
We do definitely feel like the third wheel, right?
Yeah.
Especially with all they're definitely going to focus on shorts.
I feel like we were getting better treatment before shorts came out, but now that shorts are here, it's like, man, we're not even the bottom of the barrel. We're like the underside of the bottom of the barrel.
We're the middle child, you know?
We're just
videos are the eldest child that's been here forever and is succeeding. Shorts are the newborn that everyone's focusing on, and we're the middle child that's kind of like, hey, we're still here.
Yeah. But
good old Susan.
Yeah. At least part of the nice thing about YouTube is, even though with all these frustrations, we definitely both recognize it as a platform where if you really take the time to learn how to like use it and create on it, it really does feel like anyone can find their audience.
Oh yeah, I mean,
which I don't feel on Twitch.
No, oh god, no, bro. You could never trying to pop off and get an audience purely from Twitch streams. You'd go insane. How do you even get an audience on Twitch? Where do you start from? Like, because all you can do is go live. There's nothing else you can really do. You have to supplement it with other stuff. Like, at least with YouTube, if you make content on YouTube, your streams will get attention because people subbed for your content. If you're on Twitch, how do you get anywhere?
You play
what do you do?
Exactly what Ixie just said. You play a niche game. Like, that's because I used to do good old, I'm gonna use the word flesh tubing because that always grosses everyone out. But like I was a flesh streamer for 5-6 years, and it took me a long time for my YouTube audience to grow bigger than what I used to be on Twitch, because on Twitch I streamed Epic 7, and it's not like a super niche game. Like, it's one of the more popular mobile games, but my entire audience was just Epic 7, and like, there were times where I was, pushing up against like partner level requirements.
Dang, yeah, it's pretty nice.
But that was just because like I happened to be a long time streamer in a very, very niche audience. And like, but like the second I tried literally anything else, it's like, oh, there's like 2 people here.
that is the issue. When you make that your niche one game, you're stuck to that one game unless you do something wild to get out of it. And it is kind of an issue with Twitch. I think Twitch has always been critiqued for its limited ability to grow using Twitch. YouTube is probably the best platform for growth ever. Like, more than because TikTok fails, I think, in getting a loyal audience. Unless you are like a big creator, most people on TikTok will just scroll through their feed, and sure, they might follow you, and they might become I feel like TikTok audiences are a lot less engaged with you as a creator. They tend to be a lot more, if they see you, fine, but then they scroll past. Whereas I think YouTube is probably the best blend of, you get people watching a lot so you can grow a lot, but you can also get an audience.
Well, okay, so I do think that I want to come back to this. I just want to verify something here. Zathan super chat saying, going to try the platform. Caffeine has no search bar, and from what I can tell, it shows you random streams and categories. Is that real? That's a real thing?
That reminds me of Chat and I during when I was playing Fire Emblem the other day, because Fire Emblem has like a gacha mechanic in it,
right?
In game. We're like, what if Twitch just had a streamer gacha where you had to roll for what streamer you could watch? You had to like try and get. It never work as a platform, but it'd be kind of funny to watch. I'm gonna have to roll, and you get.
I'm gonna have to check out this Caffeine platform if this is real, where it just shows you random streams. I don't know how a platform like that would work.
Well, I've never heard of it, so I don't know who's on there.
I mean, I did a cursory Google search, and it's a real site.
My Google search just thinks I'm trying to stay awake again. I guess it knows me.
That's funny though. Also, thank you for the second super chat thing. I still say YouTube is run by AI and not humans. I think that's mostly true. But
YouTube also struggles with limited ability to sort of respond or showcase things off that you think is cool because of the copyright shenanigans. Like, I remember once during a tier list stream, I think it was the Yeet tier list, which is a one I did because I have no standards for my content. But we're talking about like Yeet ability of different VTubers, and I pulled up, when Hololive came out with that animated video for like it was like a proper animated thing of like all the different generations, and it was set in like an RPG fantasy world.
Yeah, I remember that.
And it had like Coco, I think, is a giant dragon, and I think Noelle grabs her by the tail and like launches her into the sky. So I brought that up as like justification for putting Coco high on the list or something. And within I think 5 seconds, YouTube was like, no, copyrighted, and the entire stream's demonetized.
So I had a similar experience, but with VShojo. Because so you know how Haruka had her debut stream recently, right? Like a month or so ago. So they invited anyone to co-stream their debut, right? And I
was
did
there for that,
even though I had COVID.
yeah.
But I
God.
messaged them beforehand. I'm like, they're not gonna do anything that has copyright issues, right? And they're like,
Oh, no,
oh
they
yeah, sure. No, you're totally
I got hit by
fine.
that too.
And
I
then
got hit by that too.
and then I was like, so I streamed it, and then sure enough, like,
There's a bit where she's running, isn't it? It's the
yeah,
bit where Haruka,
it's their actual video.
Yeah, she catches the letter and like runs, and that music they use is copyrighted. Because
And-
I got hit by that too.
Yep, I got slammed in it middle of the stream, and so I cheekily messaged them. I'm like, so just so you know, you were wrong. Never got a response. They responded to me asking originally, and then I think they're just like, oh shoot, we messed up. But like, there is some.
It's annoying as well because I mean that stream I was doing, I wasn't even reacting to VShojo. It was a new stream. It was like 3 hours long, and I just brought up the Haruka debut, and I think it was like 15 seconds of that clip, and for that 15 seconds, the entire 3-hour stream, just as a whole, gets demonetized.
Yeah.
And it's
Do you actually? Here's a fun example of how broken the YouTube copyright system is. I could claim all of Haruka's debut VODs as mine because I
What?
streamed them on YouTube before she posted them to her YouTube channel. I got a copyright notification. Actually, hold on. Do I still did I archive it? Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna put this on the screen for everyone to see because
it's ridiculous.
this is the funniest crap. I got this notification. It was just like, are you serious right now? Like, obviously, I'm not an idiot. I'm not gonna do that. But it's just really funny that it's even an option. Okay, so it's a little small, but here you go, chat. VShojo Mythos, Haruka Caribou, Seed of Life, matches 100% of their video. I could claim this.
Oh my god.
This is something that I can claim. Not only that, I think I archived the rest, but I can also claim some Zentreya videos, the Haruka new member introduction video, and like 10 other people's videos that are talking about this. That's how broken YouTube's copyright system is.
I guess anyone who like shows her thing off as well also falls under it.
Yeah, like
That's
I
wild.
could claim Mari Yume, I could claim Haruka Caribou herself, I can claim the VShojo Highlights channel, I can claim everybody. It's like, in what universe does this make sense? Like, come on.
That's great. I mean, I got demonetized one stream for copyright of Zelda music because I was using Game & Chop. Like, Game & Chops is what I go to for my BGM, right? They make like really good lo-fi game remixes that are completely like you just need to give what's the term, where you like in the description you say it's from them. That's all they require, so you can use them. So I did it for their most recent Zelda piano playlist, and I got slammed because someone else had also done Zelda piano remixes like 2 years before, and because they're piano remixes of the same song, YouTube was like, So
yeah, I'm going through that with one of the songs I released. It's nothing like the people who are trying to claim it, but it's just like, because it's like electric background music, right? Like it's impossible for it to not sound similar. If you're intentionally making background music, there's only so many background tones that can exist because the intent is to not be noticed, and there's not a whole lot of melodies and things that can be combined to make that happen. But it's copyright on YouTube's just a joke sometimes.
Oh, I remember this one as well. This was fun. I was doing the Pokemon Smash or Pass thing that went around a while back. It was like a whole trend. So I did that on stream, and the celebration music that plays at the end of that like website is copyrighted. So I have like a 3-hour tier list stream. At the very end of it, I did the smash passing, and for 15 seconds that song played, and then the entire stream is gone because of it.
It's so dumb. Oh, YouTube live streaming. It's something else. I do pride myself on the fact that I've gotten extremely good at... I've had one stream demonetized outside of the Haruka incident in like the last year.
Dang. I'm literally scrolling through all mine right now. I have a few. I'm surprised I never get hit for swearing, despite the fact that I swear all the time. Like, I swear like a sailor. And everyone on YouTube, I think there was a thing recently where everyone on YouTube was like, you can't swear anymore or your videos will get demonetized. It never happened to me. I don't know if it's because of the accent. I don't know if YouTube doesn't work with Scottish people. But
it might have trouble figuring out like the specifics of the words.
I mean,
like,
people have trouble.
It's also a relatively new development. I've noticed that streams take a lot longer for like monetization hits to come in, right? Because like I have copyrighted music that I own that my own streams get claimed by because, you know, it's
of course they do.
That's just how it works. But like I've had stuff that just popped up from like 8 months ago. I'm like, how did it take you this long to find my song? Like
yeah,
this is from a long time ago.
I've had streams get demonetized midstream, and then by the time the stream's over, they're no longer demonetized, and I've no idea why. Like, I don't know if they came to a conclusion after the stream ended that, oh no, this is fine, but
I do think that there are some things that YouTube searches for that like instantly flags you, because like, so I did a stream earlier this week where I posted the creepypasta image that my graphics card created as the thumbnail.
Oh yeah, the Iron Mouse one. Yeah.
And immediately YouTube's like, no monetization. And then I appealed and they're like, okay, well, I guess that's okay. But like, I mean, I'm like 9, because I never get things that are just instantly demonetized. I am positive the only reason why it got demonetized was because the thumbnail is inducing nightmares.
I mean, it also doesn't help. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I have one short that has restricted monetization, and that's because you know, in the little survey it makes you fill out before you post a thing where it's like, hey, what's this one about? Is there any like nudity in it? You know?
Yeah.
And for the K-Son one, I was talking about remember when K-Son got that like bikini model update?
Oh yeah.
So I made the short and a lot of it featured that, and I was like, just to be on the safe side, I'm actually going to put limited ads on this and try and not get bonked. And I didn't get bonked, but the views on that short are, I think, the lowest in my entire channel. So in case anyone's curious, if you do get a content warning or demonetization on your video, it 100% like knocks it out of the algorithm.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's always fun.
I've had that happen on TikTok.
Yeah, we both literally went to the same spot at the same time. TikTok is the worst.
I've gotten content striked for nudity and pornography for posting a picture of Silvervale's model.
Oh, I got
that like
demonetized.
That's it. I didn't get demonetized for Shy Lily's model. I didn't get demonetized for Vei's model. No.
Yeah, well,
it drawed the line at Silvervale.
Well, if you want to know how wild TikTok is, so back when I first started, I made a short on the animators that were, you know Marines like Ahoy, what's it called? I'm Your Treasure Box video.
Yeah.
I made a short talking about all the different animators in it, because I thought it was cool. It had like, some really, really big animator names in it, and the first time I posted it, it was fine. And then I posted it privately again because I was testing out some audio issues because I was on Morn and I was using some noise suppression stuff in my video editing that was messing up my vocals. So I was posting it privately to try and figure out this audio issue. And when I posted it privately, the same video got flagged for violence. And I was like, the original video was fine, but the repost, which was the exact same, nothing had changed, got flagged. And then a few weeks ago, I got flagged for sexual content involving minors in one of my shorts, and I was like, what was it? It was the Neurosama one.
Oh yeah, I remember you posting that. I remember seeing your response about that on Twitter.
I was like, I was flabbergasted because not only was there no sexual content, but it's new. She's not even got like a lewd model. It's not even like Silver Veil or a Vshoujo model that is a bit on the PG.
It's not the Neander's Eldritch model.
It's literally just it's not that. It's literally just an anime person. And so, despite having probably like 100 other shorts on my TikTok that have way wilder anime models, that's the one that got flagged for minors. And I was like, one, where do you get the minor from? Two, where do you get the sexual content from? I was flabbergasted, and then I appealed, and obviously it went away. But
it's just so crazy to me, like some of the flagging things. Because I don't know, I've always been like, I err probably more on the side of caution than I should on some things. Because like I'm very far on the side of caution.
Yeah, I'm on the other side. I do not err on any side of caution.
So I am always like super annoyed when I get claimed, because I'm a very much play by the rules kind of cat. Yeah. And so when I feel like I've been unjustly claimed for following the rules, I get very upset, because I'm family friendly, say so cat.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird for me because like I am definitely not family friendly, but I've never been claimed for I've never been demonetized for like an actual content issue. It's only been copyright, and I don't know why, because I've said some like stuff on stream that I'm like, oh, that's probably gonna get me bonked, and then it never does, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm fine. But I don't know. I know some people err very, very strongly on the side of caution. I know Kyo kind of does that as well, where he doesn't swear. He doesn't even show text of swearing in his videos. He tends to blur that as well. Whereas for me, I just don't care, especially for streams, because like I don't know if it's the same for you, but honestly, whether our streams monetized or demonetized actually makes very little difference in terms of the revenue.
Yeah,
like
streams, I care significantly less about like if a stream gets demonetized. Not that I have them getting demonetized, but like in the grand scheme of things, a stream getting demonetized on YouTube means nothing. Like
it doesn't do anything. You miss like $1.
A $1 super chat has given you more revenue than probably that entire stream. Like definitely from ads. Like that's what we're talking about here. Like that's how bad it is.
Let's see. I can probably find the actual stats. Okay, yeah. So my last tier list stream made me $3 from ads and $3 from YouTube Premium. So $6 whole from that one stream. So if that gets demonetized, I'm not exactly gonna cry.
Yeah, you're not exactly too worried about that. But video gets demonetized. That's
big.
That's a different beast entirely.
That's big, not just because of the revenue, but more because of the reach. Like when a video gets demonetized, it's dead. It is gone. Say goodbye. So,
and even if it gets like reinstated, like the momentum's
you never get
gone.
The traction back.
It's just gone.
Yeah, momentum is so huge on YouTube. It is wild. If your video like stagnates even a little bit, it's gone. And conversely, if your video gets a surge in views from like someone reacting to it, it kicks off into the algorithm. It's wild. I don't know if you've experienced. I know Aramis reacted to one of your videos.
Well, so that's the thing about. I feel like it's different. Based on like what the thing is, because I feel like if you're making generalized content, that can definitely be true. But I have had Iron Mouse, Neanners, and other Vshoujo members pull up my stuff on stream, and I get like the tiniest little spike for like 5 minutes. And then nothing. So
although I guess to be fair, I was basing that off like the one time that it's really happened, which is when Numi did it when I was like a tiny little baby number.
True. Which I think that's also where the that kind of comparison comes in, because like for me now a spike of like 1,000 views is nothing. I'm sorry, but like it's like, oh, that's like a blip on the radar. But if you're small, 1,000 views is a lot. Like you know, this time last year I was getting 1,000 views in a day at like on a good day. So like, yeah, 1,000 views in 5 minutes that's a big deal. That's a really big deal. But you know, so like, personally, also, I'm just going to state this because I know certain Clipper channels are in chat right now. I don't care that they react to me. I'm generally very outspoken against people who do react content. But I mean, if I'm doing, if you're reacting to a video I made about you, why the hell do you think I'd be upset about that? Like, I freaking loved that. Watching Yanner's reaction to the videos was probably the funniest thing I've seen in a long time.
Numi's reaction to my first ever video was the only reason I got any sort of traction on YouTube. Yeah, you know, that was my first ever video, and I think it had, I have no idea how she found it. I literally have no clue. It had like 400 views.
Dude, people ego surf so hard.
But I didn't even like that was back before I had. See, no, but the thing is I think that was back before I even really knew about like search engine optimization or anything. So I wasn't like filling it with tags or anything. So I think she must have just seen her in the thumbnail or whatever.
People will find it, man.
She did say she got it in a recommended. I have no idea how. YouTube must have been blessed me that day. But she reacted to it on stream, and for the time it had like 400 views, and then she reacted to it and it jumped to like 800, which was like a double in views, and then from there the algorithm took it.
Yeah. React content can definitely help.
It can, especially when you're smaller, because that one reaction kind of kickstarted my channel, and then I went and kind of did my own thing. But if it wasn't for that initial spike, I probably wouldn't have gotten anywhere, you know?
I don't know, man. You make good videos. You would have gotten places.
I don't know. My videos are pretty, like, I haven't uploaded a long form video in like a month. I've had long form videos are so hard, like they're so draining to make. I find like shorts are really easy to motivate yourself to make because you know that you're going to sit down and do it. At least for me, I know for you probably have to research a ton to get a short going. But for me, like a short is like one night's work. For you, a short is probably like significantly more because you do a lot of research for yours. Mine is just me shitposting normally. So there's a thing of like, I know I can sit down and bang out a new short or whatever in one night. Whereas for a long form video, you know it's like a process. You know you're gonna have to record it, you're gonna have to edit the audio, then you're gonna find clips, and it's gonna take a while. So getting the motivation to kind of start and keep going is so hard. I've had my video that's coming out next. The next video is the best VTuber moments of 2022, which tells you how far behind I am on my schedule, because it is almost February and that video is still not done. So
yeah, we're just not going to talk about how we're both very behind in long form videos that we should be making, because you know I'm definitely not behind at all.
I am so far behind. I wanted an entire new indie because the way I do it, right, my schedule, quote unquote, that I was planning to do was have one experience vid every 2 weeks, right?
Right.
Because then from every experience vid, I get 10 VTubers. So one video gets me 2 weeks of a short a day, roughly, including the news shorts, right? So the idea was going to be do an experience vid, then another different long form vid, and then another experience vid. And it's been a month and I've not posted anything. So
yeah, I know how that feels, because I make my videos in a very different way, though I admit I was inspired by your experience videos to alter my my process a little bit.
Turning long form into short form is a lot easier than turning multiple short forms into one long form.
Well, you say that, but
Did you not find that?
I have great success. In fact, my 2 most popular videos on the channel are quite literally me taking all the short form videos and just slapping them next to each other and like upscaling the video and blurring it behind the video. So like the vertical video is
really
just like it's in normal resolution, and then just so it's not a black screen, a blurred version of it that's in large just playing in the background. And actually it looks kind of nice, but like if you, I don't know, it might be something you could try, because my most viewed video, which is the entire lore of Niji Sanji, is just like no fancy edits. I've got like some captions that I've added from like minor updates that like I needed to correct or something, but otherwise, like, it took me like 10 minutes to just slap them all together.
Yeah.
And that's been my most successful, because like that was my plan going in. It's kind of funny because I know we've talked a little bit about this, but we have reverse processes. You look at because you start with the overarching video and then break it down. I only build the pieces and then just combine them.
I guess, I don't know. I guess it'd be interesting to have like an answer as to what the best like way is. And Zatham just asked if I could do like a tier list and then review it and make like a short compilation of the tier list. I have actually been meaning, like, that's another video idea that I've been meaning to do, because there's a lot of people that probably don't want to tune into like a 3-hour VOD. So I think compilation videos of a stream are like a solid idea, but again, long form.
Those take a deceptively long amount of time.
I've made one. I made one when I first started. I think it's my second ever video. I don't think many people have seen it. It was the Cinder one. I made the indie VTuber experience, and then the next video I made was a compilation of Cinder's Outlast stream, because I was in chat for that and I thought it was funny. And it was fun to make, but it does take a deceptive amount of time to like
editing down a VOD is so time consuming, because you're basically watching the VOD again.
Yeah, but then you have to pause.
But also slower.
Yeah, it is watching the VOD, but also, you know, you have to take clips, and you also have to think, is this funny or is this not funny? You know, it's
like I have a program that I use that just automatically cuts out all the silences in the VOD, which saves me a lot of time. But like, even after, if you remove every ounce where, like, if I was to cut down this VOD, for example, every ounce where either you or I aren't talking, like, that would still be, if this is a 2-hour, 3-hour stream or whatever, that's still going to be like a solid hour and a half of me judging every single clip to see if it's worth posting.
Yes. And it also doesn't help that you're watching yourself, which I still struggle to do. I don't know if you get that. I don't know if it's something that over time you do get easier at it over time, but I still struggle to like watch my own content a lot, because I hear myself and I'm like, not sure about that one, Chief.
I don't really have that problem anymore with like listening to myself, because I don't know, maybe I've just like acclimatized to my own voice and things, but I really don't have that problem anymore. It's more about like, I need to find the best bits, like, and that's more important to me than any cringe that comes from it. But also,
I don't know. I
do want to mention something that Zatham brought up, because I know you do this, which I need to get better at doing. You timestamp your VODs as you're streaming them.
I timestamp my new streams as I go. I don't do it for I should probably start doing it for the tier list streams. I have a guy now, an absolute Chad, who after my tier list streams just kind of DMs me all the timestamps for every single VTuber. And I basically told him, now, if you just comment that, I will pin your comment and heart it, because that is like insane.
That's crazy.
He just is. I don't know how he does it. The guy's absolutely based. But I probably should have done it separated into like VShojo and Niji. But for the news, because I know that a lot of people who click on, say, a news stream, they're not necessarily interested in every story. They might just be interested in one of the things in the thumbnail. So having that timestamp there means that they can jump to what they want to watch it, and then jump out, which probably isn't good in terms of algorithm, but it is better in terms of just
viewer
making
experience.
It easier. Which is what you at a certain point you do have to trade off some optimization in order for your video to not be completely unwatchable, you know?
Right.
Because I see some people who make videos and like It'll be like an 8-minute video, and the first 3 minutes will be like an ad, and I'm like, your viewers must like have such a strong devotion to you, because if you front load your 7-minute video with 3 minutes of ads, I am clicking off.
Yeah, I mean that was my whole VOD strategy when I started making videos. Is I got so frustrated with watching videos that have like half of it being filler.
Yeah.
I was so annoyed. That's why the Fujitech video that I did is literally 1 minute. Because I'm like, I can explain this very simple process in 1 minute.
Oh, bro, the people who waffle on in videos, like, it's one of the reasons I think Mr. Beast has done. I know this is like a wild off tangent, but one of the reasons I think Mr. Beast has done so well is because his videos, if you watch them, are like, go. You click on a Mr. Beast video.
It's a retention machine. Like, there is literally no point in the video that does not have something happening.
No, he starts and he'll be like, I'm filling a pool with 1 billion Orbeez, and then he clicks and then there's a pool with 1 billion Orbeez, and then he jumps to like him throwing a car off a cliff, and then like at minute 8, whilst the car is being crushed by a hydraulic press or something, he'll be like, this is sponsored by this, and then he says it as the thing is happening. So he's definitely got the entire retention algorithm down to a science, and he's like the polar opposite of those. There's a lot of tutorials, because obviously when you're doing content creation, you end up needing to look so much stuff up. Like in your editing software, you're like, how do I do this thing that I want to do that I have no idea how to go about doing it?
Yeah.
And you'll click on a video and it'll be like, I don't know, how to make subtitles move across the screen or something like that. And the first minute it'll be like, so you want your videos to look like this, and it'll be him describing what you want to happen. And it's like, yeah, I know that's what I want to happen. That's why I clicked on the video. Can you just tell me, please?
And then every once in a while, you come across the guy who's like, all right, today we're doing this. First you go here. I'm like, oh my gosh, you jumped right into it.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Yeah.
Because that's my methodology for making any of the tutorials that I did, was just like, I know why you're here. I'm not going to waste your time. Like, you want to know how to do this thing. Here is the exact bare minimum amount of time that I have to tell you how to do this thing. And then you're probably never going to watch any of my other videos, but that's okay. Have a great day. Fine. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Like,
it's the same reason that if I have like a question for the internet, half the time I put Reddit at the end of the question, because if you search up any question on the internet, you will get an article from some journalist that goes into like, it gives you like an entire lore background on the problem before, like if you look up like a Photoshop tutorial, right? It will start and it'll be like, Photoshop is the leading software for editing images, and it's like, bro, I don't care. I know what Photoshop is. I'm looking for a tutorial. So, but if you add Reddit at the end, you find a Reddit thread and there'll be some guy with like 3 upvotes that's like, hey, click this button, and then you do it and it works, and you're like, thank you, random Reddit person, you've saved my day. It's just it's honestly a kind of problem, I think, in just general internet content creation now, is that like there's so much of a devotion to, you need a certain amount of time in your videos, you need a certain number of words in your article, you know, you need a certain amount of padding for your content to be worthwhile. And it's kind of why I think shorts have done so well. It's because they cut out all of the bull. It's just the content.
Yeah,
it's a minute of content. It's a minute of content, and then you move on. It's great.
Yeah, that's what's so beautiful about shorts, is it's just an idea. Like a single idea. That's all it is. It doesn't try to be more than that. And that's beautiful.
It's great.
I love shorts.
It is terrible for doom scrolling, though. I will admit that. When you get in the middle of like a short, because you can just flick through shorts for like hours, and you're like, God, where did my day go?
Yeah, you can definitely get lost in the sauce there. That's 100% true.
Yeah, it's just because they're so, I don't know, I feel like most people, when you like clicking on YouTube videos, eventually you get to a point where you're like saturated, and you click on a video and you get like to minute 4 and you're like, I'm gonna go do something else. But when you're on shorts, it's like bang, 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 and you get to the end of it and you're like, dang, I've been watching Amelie clips for like an hour. What the hell? What happened? Amelie's does well with her clips on YouTube, her shorts.
She does.
one of the more successful short VTubers that just does like stream clips.
Well, I mean, to be fair though, she's also one. I feel like she's also in the category of VTubers that. This is going to sound so unfair, and I'm sorry to any small creators who are about to hear this, but once you reach a certain size, you can get away with a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah,
well, and like,
like
she has a million YouTube subscribers that she can funnel into her VTubing activities, and like, yeah, she can just post clips because guess what? She has 100,000 times the reach that you do.
Yeah, I mean, look at like some of the top, you know, YouTubers now, like Moist Critical. The man uploads a unedited video.
Unedited, or like two cut edited, like
yeah, you know, it is like 3 cuts of him talking about an issue, and then a stream clip, and then at the end it'll be another clip of him talking about it, and it'll be like 8 minutes long, and he will upload it, and it will get 3 million views. And it's because he's at a certain size now where it doesn't matter what he does. He could literally upload him sat looking at the camera for 2 minutes, and it would still probably hit 4 million views.
Probably.
It's just like once you get to same with like Ludwig is better in terms of doing research and stuff, but at the end of the day, Ludwig is still tends to upload videos that are him talking about an issue in one take for 5 minutes, and they still get 2 million views or something like that.
Yeah, like,
you know?
it's a nice video, and it's like he's definitely got the on-screen charisma to pull it off. But like, there are so many other videos that have just done more research, are better edited, and look awesome. But it's Ludwig, so you're gonna watch Ludwig, right?
I mean, if you look at like someone like Sunny V2, I think is one of the more successful recent. I don't know if you know him.
Yeah, I know Sunny.
He's one of the more successful recent, like, I guess, general content summarizer. I don't know how you describe them. They like talk about issues on the online space, and he does really well. He gets, you know, like 5 million views, 4 million views. He's doing really well for himself, but he does so much research into his stuff, and he phrases it, and he scripts it, and he has this well-edited video. And someone like Ludwig or Charlie can upload a video about the same issue.
That took him like 30 minutes to make.
Yeah. Or maybe even just a video of them reacting to his video, and it will get similar view numbers. It's the nature of the internet. Once you get to a certain size, you literally just get views. It's just how it works. Although you honestly
it does feel a little unfair.
Oh, it is unfair. but I mean,
like,
I don't know if you followed the CoffeeZilla Logan Paul situation recently.
I have, yeah.
But like, you know, CoffeeZilla's videos on it, they do really well. They get 6 million views, 5 million views. It's really, really strong. But, you know, Charlie reacting to those videos, I think probably got like 3 million. So he got like half the views just by watching his video. And
I mean, well, I've personally seen that happen with even my own videos, right? Like, because like, we mentioned it a little earlier in the stream that like VShojo's reacted to like my VShojo timeline video, right? And the unedited clip of Mouse, and when I say unedited, I mean really unedited clip of Mouse just sitting there watching the video has 10 times the views of the video because it's Mouse, you know? Like that's like the level of crazy. Once you hit a certain point, your name alone is just a view magnet.
Well, 3 of my top 4 videos are the Numi reactions. So when Numi and I were having that like back and forth thing, right?
Right.
So I made the indie VTuber experience. She watched it, and then there was a few more videos like I was memeing. And
you posted her reaction to your channel, didn't you?
I did, yeah. So I did. Well, look, bro. You reacted to my content. I don't think there's an issue with that, right? Like,
well, okay. So actually, I have some data for you on this because I had the audacity to ask this on Twitter.
I did see that. I saw that on Twitter.
And I got a lot of very angry people messaging me because
I was going to respond to that, and then I was like, look, I've had enough hot takes for the day. I don't need more.
Because I asked the simple question for the uninitiated here in chat. I asked the question, you know, is it okay for me to upload the reaction of someone to my video on my channel? And that was apparently the wrong thing to ask. Because they're like, no, you're stealing their content. How dare you? You can't just take other people's content. And I'm like, bruh, like, is the level of dissociation here? Like, I made the video.
If you find the tweet, can you send it to me? Because I'm looking for that.
It was in DMs that people, because it's the internet. People don't dare to argue with you, you know, via online, like some people. There were a few takes that were public, but they were like the Lucas Warm, like, you know, you probably shouldn't do that because it's their content. But I'm just like, bruh, I made the video that they're reacting to.
Yeah, I mean,
like, now again, I have to preface this so it's not, you know, clipped out of context, but like, I was very happy that Iron Mouse was watching my stuff on stream. That was cool. I loved that.
As a smaller content creator, you always like, it's always nice to see the people you make videos.
Even if I was a big content creator, I don't really care if people react to my stuff on stream. In fact, if you want to do it, go for it. I genuinely don't care. I just take issue if you clipping the unedited reaction of your reaction to my content is like that. That's where it's like a little weird to me.
Yeah, because then you also get into the thing of like, so it's okay to clip a VTuber if they're not reacting to your content, because there's clipper channels out there that just clip VTubers constantly, and they're not even, you know, reacting to their content, and they're just clips, and nobody has an issue with that. I don't think many people do. So I don't know. I feel like if you make the content and the person reacts to the content, you can upload it yourself. I actually, in that Numi situation, I wasn't gonna. I didn't. If you look at like the timeline, I actually didn't upload the reactions until after all the videos were out, mainly because I was like, well, I don't want to be a clip channel. That wasn't the intent of my YouTube channel. I didn't want to clip people and upload it. That wasn't what I was trying to do. But then someone pointed out that she most of the reactions happened during her subathon, which obviously isn't going to be uploaded to YouTube as a VOD. So I can't remember who it was. Someone in my comments was like, if nobody clips it, those reactions and that interaction is going to be gone forever. So I was like, you know, screw it, I'll do it myself. And those videos got more views than any other video I've done. You know, the Numi reacting to the indie VTuber experience has 73,000 views. The indie VTuber experience itself has like 27,000. It's like triple the views just by having someone react to it. It's
has it?
YouTube's weird.
Sorry, as you mentioned that it had been edited down. If that's true, I didn't see that. You should link me that. I'm talking about a different channel though that was egregious of this, but no, it's such an interesting thing because I like clippers. Clippers are a great existence. Okay, hold on. We have a special guest here. I don't know if stream can hear him.
I heard him. I assume stream can hear him.
Are you gonna meow on stream, or are you just gonna? Did you just want me to give you attention?
I heard the meow.
Okay,
I've been blessed.
You heard the meow of the most needy cat in existence, who just wants me to pick him up, and then he runs out of the room.
Yeah, just cat things.
Just cat
dogs.
things.
They don't do anything for stream. They just sit and like rest. I mean, they're cute, but it's not something I can show on stream. You know, they just sit and like look at me. And that's what dogs do. They don't really make funny meowing noises.
But it's just such an interesting thing because the whole react like I've seen clippers of my channel that there's not that many, so of course I've seen all of them. I think it's fantastic, but like to me it all comes down to intent of what you made, because like from a creator's perspective, at least my perspective, I can tell if the reason why you clipped me is because you like the stuff that I make, or like if you reacted to my stuff, it's because you really like it, right? Like I will never be upset or anything less than elated when you do that, because like knowing that people like the stuff that you make is awesome. It's the people that know it'll get views, like they understand that the underlying content will get views, but it's the reaction from, you know, whatever person they happen to be clipping. That's the key thing. That's what is going to get them those juicy views. That's kind of what I take issue with. Is I will never be upset at anyone using the stuff I've made in a because they enjoy it. I will never be upset at that. But the problem is that they can get lumped in with the bad actors. And so when you make a statement that is reaction content is annoying, you're not talking about the people who do it because they care about your content. You're talking about the people who are just blatantly, using it. And it's a really tough line to draw in the sand, because
I think it's a personal line as well. It's there's no, because personally for me, I if someone clips me and uploads it, that's a gain to me. I've had someone react to my channel, actually, some of my videos recently. I don't mind. It's a video of him, reacting to it, uploaded on YouTube. And to me, there are two possible, outcomes. Either the video of the reaction does worse than the video I uploaded, in which case it's not like I've, lost anything, or the video does better, in which case that's, more outreach from my original video. There's not really a detriment to me in my eyes. But I do think there is a weird line. There is an interest, because when you talk about people like the top streamers like Hassan, right, where Hassan will react to a video that has a lot of work put into it, and then the reaction clip will get uploaded on YouTube and it will do 10 times the numbers of the original clip. And there is an interesting moral question of okay, does the fact that reaction boosted the views of the original outweigh the fact that Hassan ultimately got more views for reacting to it than the original person did for making the thing,
Yeah, it's tough.
It's a personal thing. For me, I don't care. People can use my content however they want. I don't care if you're dunking on me, whatever. Take it, use it. I'm not particularly, emotional about it. But it is a personal thing. If you spend hours and hours and hours making a video that you're really, really proud of, it might hurt to see someone do better by just taking it and slapping their face on top of it. So it is a personal thing I think you need to decide as a content creator. I don't care personally, but that's just because I don't necessarily take a lot of pride in my content, I just put it out.
For me, I think it mostly boils down to again, just the level of if you're using my content to be filler on a stream, that kind of annoys me, I'll be honest. And I think that's what a lot of the React narrative is based around, is a streamer needs something to fill the space while they're doing something else.
Yeah.
And it's that's when I'm a little annoyed, because if you wanted, if you approach something I made because you wanted to watch it and you wanted to share it, again, I will never be upset about that.
Yeah, right. I see what you mean.
There are it's never happened to me yet, because people are generally actively searching it out.
Yeah.
But I'm really just miffed about the 1 or 2 instances where someone other than Iron Mouse or stuff, because I wouldn't care if Iron Mouse, uploaded her reaction, right?
Yeah, because that's
her,
the
right?
Video's about her. Yeah, it's about her.
Or so even if she was reacting to my Niji Sanji video, I wouldn't care, right? I don't care if people reacting it because they wanted to watch it. I just care about people who are basically using that reaction. Yeah. That's not the creators themselves. That's what I have a huge issue with.
There is
because it's so hard.
Yeah, there's a definite difference, because someone in chat, Ezzy, just said that Giri reacted to one of my short on her, and actually it made it into one of her long form videos, one of her clip I don't know, clip compilation things from her stream. And obviously I didn't have an issue with that, but that's obviously, she was reacting to the short I made about her, so there's obviously no issue there,
right?
Because it's about her. But there is definitely a level where if you look at someone like Hassan, I keep bringing him up because I think he's one of the biggest.
He's a very easy person to point to.
He's probably the biggest, I guess, React like streamer, one of them at least out there. XQC is probably up there as well.
Yeah.
But there are times where Hassan will put on a video, and then he'll go and like make breakfast or something. So he like gets out his chair, leaves the stream, and the video is just on for his chat. And I think at that point there is a sort of a line that needs to be drawn of like, you're not reacting to the thing, you're using someone else's content to entertain your audience whilst you do something else.
Yeah.
And I think there's a I think I could see why people take an issue with that.
And the problem is that's always the example that gets used, because that is easily the most egregious example.
Yeah.
But then, you know, to talk about, you know, what Ezzy just mentioned is like Mouse is a different, like when Mouse is talking about stuff, like especially my video, she was pausing and like clarifying things about the whole thing. Like that's on the other end of the spectrum of someone who is actually adding engaged, and not only engaged, but like also because, you know, it's about her lore, right? She added tidbits that, you know, had never been mentioned, so I didn't know about them, and like she was clarifying some things, which is like that's the completely other end of the React spectrum, because like there's that, and then there's like entire YouTube channels like Cinema Therapy who quote unquote react to movies as licensed therapists and like break it down. Yeah. Because that's also in the same vein, but it's on the completely opposite spectrum. And the problem is like there's so many different lines between, you know, that and then the Hassan reacting where he's lying in his chair, that it's because everyone has their own idea of what React content is. And I think that's why it's so hard to even really talk about it, because it has a different meaning for literally every person you talk to.
Well, here's a funny little bit of penumbral lore. The first video I ever made wasn't actually a VTuber video. It's going to come across as heresy. It's not on my channel. It has long since been unlisted. It was actually titled, I will find the title for it. It was called, "Is React Content the Worst Thing on Twitch?" I think that was the title of it. And it wasn't to do with VTubers, it was to do with React content. It was me talking about my take. And it was a terrible video, because it was the first video I ever made. So I had no idea what I was doing. My points wavered all over the place. My editing was terrible. My audio quality was terrible. But I made it because it was in the middle of, you know, I think it was just after there was a whole big debate on the internet about it.
Oh, it was probably after that one dude's video.
Dark Viper, I think.
Oh yeah, the whole gosh, the Dark Viper thing. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
It was after that, and I wonder what would happen if I unlisted this right now. I'm not gonna do it, but it'd be funny to see what happens. So I watched that whole thing between like him and Ludwig and Hassan and like Critical, and I think it was an interesting thing for me because up until that point I had never made content. I was just a consumer, but it was like watching multiple streamers that I watched kind of have their hypocrisy called out. And normally when a streamer you watch that you're a fan of gets called out for something, your immediate response is to be like, no, they're right. But watching that, I was like, dang, he does kind of have some points. So he went about it the complete wrong way. He was a total moron with it.
Yeah, Dark Viper something else, but
his entire approach to that situation was god awful. But he did make some points, and I was like, dang, he's spitting some facts, you know? So I made a video about it, and then I was like, not only is this video bad, I also don't really care that much about it. I wasn't passionate about it. It wasn't about something I was interested in. It was just like, it was basically just a word vomit of all of my thoughts on the situation. So I unlisted it and then uploaded my what I would actually consider my first video, which is the indie VTuber experience. That's a little bit of secret lore that I don't think I've ever said on the internet before. Huh. So there you go.
We're getting the juicy secret lore today.
There you go.
See,
a little bit insight.
I was gonna make a video about it, but then a much bigger YouTuber made a video so I don't know if you've heard of Pinley, because this kind of came up recently. He made the video that I wanted to make so bad, because he was talking about my specific brand of hatred towards a very specific, like, it's such a tiny sliver of React content. Like, so tiny, but it bugs me so much. And he made a beautiful video about it.
I saw that video.
Yeah, that How to Steal a YouTube video.
I did. It popped up in my recommended.
Yeah. Because I
saw that.
When I say I dislike React stuff, that specific slice is what I'm talking about. because I feel like that's the most egregious thing ever.
Well, yeah, because especially because the person uploading it is neither you nor the reactor. It's a random person who took a clip of someone reacting to someone else's content and is now profiting off it.
Yeah, that's because like that video is actually what spurred the original Twitter question, because that's what I had in mind when I tweeted that. Because like, again, I've had people who've clipped me. I mean, hell, I followed the Punkalopi example of, you know, I have a playlist of people's clips and reactions to my stuff like showcased on my homepage, right? Like, obviously I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
And actually, okay, this is a slight tangent, but someone actually messaged me yesterday and they're like, hey, can I make a series of reaction videos like about your stuff? I'm like, you actually asked? Yes, of course you can.
Go for it.
Oh my gosh. I was so excited that this person even just like asked, because I was so ecstatic. I was like, oh, he's asking permission. Oh my gosh.
It is. I think there's definitely a weird thing as a content creator when you sort of have to, you come to the terms like, oh, I have, you know, reach. I have people that are going to ask for my opinion on things. Because I'm still in that phase where I'm like, I'm just a random guy on the internet, bro. Why do people care what I think? But then occasionally you get reminded where like, you're like, oh no, people actually are kind of like my stuff. I don't think I've ever had anyone clip me yet. No, I have had people, I've had people clip me on Twitch for certain redeems that happened on one of my first streams, which was interesting. But Twitch chat is merciless for making you do things against your will.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lopi definitely, I think, has done everything correct in terms of capitalizing on success.
Lopi's terrifying. Like with Lopi how good.
Oh, I thought you just meant in general.
Well, in general, in general, she's terrifying. But I mean, like, from a content creator perspective, she is genuinely ridiculous. Like, she's extremely good.
Oh yeah, because I think it'd be easy to get that sort of, not easy, but I think it'd be easy to sort of, after getting that sort of success, to like fumble it, to like not really know what to do.
I was scared. Can I let you on a little secret? I was so scared that, well, not scared, but I was worried that she was going to, like, because her first live stream had like, what was it like? It was like 6,000 viewers or something ridiculous.
It was in the thousands. I was there.
It was ridiculous. And I was worried that like she was going to do what like 99% of other big personalities that have like that kind of a following, that she would just kind of launch into streaming and just only just stream. And I was so happy when she kept on making her content, and like she streams occasionally, because I feel like that's such an easy trap to get into. Yeah.
And I mean, it's kind of wild just how, I don't know, I think the way that she actually kind of kept her, I mean, I imagine she was panicking on the inside, because can you imagine going from, well, she was at like a few thousand subs and now she's at 350,000. I can't imagine the internal like panic you would get from that. But I do think it's kind of amazing how well she's sort of transitioned her content and like her channel from that burst of, you know,
no, she's handled it remarkably well.
Yeah, it's actually incredible how well she transitioned from, you know, what must have been, you know, a smaller content creator mindset into basically, I feel like, yeah, because she might, after getting that sort of success, I think there would be a little part of you that's like, oh god, should I change something? Should I be doing more? Should I be doing something different? But she was just like, nah, I'm just keep doing me, and it worked.
Lopi has actually said she sees herself as a shorts channel who streams sometimes, which is good, because that's what she should. I mean,
yeah, because that's what got her the, you know,
I'll be honest. If I mean, my chat knows this. I've talked about this many times, but, and I'm going to say it blunt like I always do, streaming is a royal waste of my time. And like, if I was hyper focused on growing a YouTube channel, I would be just pouring every moment into shorts, because that's what's like been super successful for me. And
Streaming is terrible for growth.
Streaming is terrible for growth.
It does absolutely nothing for you.
Like
nothing. The only growth I've had from streams has come from my tier lists.
Like
and that's not because of the stream, that's because of Twitter.
It's like accidental. Like you can't have pop-off streams. Like I would count, the Niji Sanji stream like last week that had, the most viewers I'll probably see for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Like that was a pop-off stream. That's still
doesn't do anything.
I actually have numbers here because numbers are always fascinating. And so that stream, which by the way, had a maximum viewership of 667 viewers. That is easily the highest view count I have ever had on a stream.
Dang.
Has gained me a grand total of 18,000 views and 160 subscribers.
Which is nothing in terms of long-term YouTube growth.
Compared to, my most viewed video, which took probably about, because it's a Shy Lily video. It took me maybe like 6 hours total.
Yeah.
Which has, 500,000 views and 2.4 thousand subscribers. The stream, which took half the time of the time it took to make a short, that's the level of ridiculousness.
It's
crazy.
That short I uploaded, the about this Call of Duty skins in like having Project Melody, the sort of rip-off thing that happened a while back, probably took me 3 hours, maybe max, to get the clips, to get the info, to sum it all together and make a coherent short. It's got 1 million views. It got me 2,000 subs, and so it doesn't matter how much of a pop-off stream you have.
Yeah,
it's never gonna even compare remotely to a decent short or a decent video. It's just not gonna happen.
The crazy thing, so the most pop-off view-wise stream I've ever had was last year during the first Niji Sanji audition stream that really popped off. And that has 80,000 views, which for a stream is
a lot.
It's ridiculous. That is more than Hololive and Niji Sanji streamers get doubled and sometimes tripled, right? It is a ungodly amount. And even that is nothing compared to, a couple shorts.
The only thing that it is wild. So my top stream I think peaked at 240 average viewers for the mummy tier list, and that got me 21 subscribers, which the last short I just uploaded, the last news short I uploaded on Sunday
probably got you 200.
I think it's got me. At this point, it's not even really kicked off. It's been kicking off recently. You know how shorts just sometimes hit a stride and then you're like, oh, off they go. Into the algorithm they go.
Yep.
But that has got me more subs than my most viewed stream. The only thing that streams I think would be good for is one, if you are already sort of an established. Oh hey Etono, how you going? I'm acknowledging you, Etono. You're not just sticking to chat.
Hi Otano. Well, I've been acknowledging people in chat while you've been talking.
That's true. I haven't really been looking at chat.
Also, thank you, Fang, for I think the 5th donation today. Good lord.
Fang's going off.
Fang's going crazy.
Streams are good for content if you are uploading stream clips, obviously. If you're making shorts out of stream clips, if that's your main appeal for your channel, then they're valid. Again, Amelie, probably valid for her to do streaming because you can just turn one stream into probably 5 shorts and they're all going to get 500,000 views, right? Or if you're trying to make content creation a career, if that's obviously I'm nowhere near that level, you need a fair bit more exposure to make it your career. But streaming in terms of monetization, streams are much better in terms of from a monetary perspective than most shorts. My short with 1 million views I think got me 40 cents or something like that. they're nothing for actually getting, revenue for your work, but they are good for outreach. So
they're very good. I do think that streams serve a very specific purpose to me with my content creation. Is it's the way I connect with my community. And that's all that really needs to happen for me to consider a stream a success, is if I felt like I had a good time interacting with the people who came to watch. Like that's why I stream.
Yeah. I mean, my reason for streaming is just I enjoy streaming. I think that's probably the biggest appeal for me, is that I like making videos, I like making shorts, but ultimately I enjoy the act of just talking and having people to talk to. That sounds very sad when I say it like that, but it sounds like I'm about to go into like a therapy session. But like, I think it's a cool way to experience, games, or even just like talk about like what we're doing right now. I think it's a cool way to speak to other people about your hobbies or interests.
Yeah.
So the reason I do streams is because I enjoy streaming. I think it's fun. I think it's a fun way to talk about the things that you like with other people who like those things. So while I know that doing stream, like I did a Fire Emblem stream the other day that was like 7 hours long. Now, from a content creation standpoint, that is a terrible, god-awful waste of time.
Yeah,
that Fire Emblem stream,
your addiction to Fire Emblem over there.
Yeah. that, like it's I like the waifus, man. Don't come after me.
I'm not judging you. I'm just commenting on how you're living your life.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you, mother. But from a content creation standpoint, that spending 7 hours streaming a game is terrible. It's not going to get me any outreach, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the game. I enjoyed interacting with chat. So I think at a certain point you have to remember that like content creation should be something that you enjoy. It should be a hobby. It should be something that you're passionate about. I think if you're not passionate or you're not enjoying making the content, it will come through in your content.
Oh yeah.
And it becomes very apparent that you're just sort of, phoning it in. So at some point you have to do what you want to do best. Like I've made videos in the past that are like anime review videos, right? Do horrible, because of course they do. Because the people that subscribe to me subscribe for VTuber content. And if I make a 20-minute video talking about Spy Family, most of the people that are sub to me aren't going to care. That's just the reality of it. Yeah. But I wanted to make that video. I thought it was a fun topic. I enjoyed making that video. And at a certain point, that's kind of what you got to do, So.
Yeah. Like your sword video.
Oh, I loved that sword video. That was the most fun I had making a video in a while. That was great. Nobody watched it, but that is one of my favorite videos I've ever made. That was good.
That's how I feel about my Power Rangers video that I made last month.
Yeah, like, I saw that.
I know that no one besides me cared, but like, by God, if I didn't have so much fun making it, like,
it's just, sometimes you gotta just have fun. You just gotta shitpost a little. There's nothing wrong with that.
It was so good. I mean, that's why I've made a couple of videos about Shy Lily as well. As like, yeah, I mean, I know she's a clickable face and all that, but like, I know it catches people off of left field when they're like, here's a way more in-depth video about someone than you probably cared about. It's like, well, screw you.
It is, yeah. I mean, I think it's easy to fall into. I always compare like content creation to like a treadmill almost. Yeah. It feels like you constantly have to be on the ball or you're gonna fall off, Like, at least that's kind of the feeling I get. Like when you're in the middle of a surge, when like you're getting views and stuff, there's that urge you get where you're like, God, I gotta keep posting, I gotta do this, I gotta do that.
Being in that growth surge, low-key, I think is the worst.
It's so stressful.
It's like, it's such, for anyone who's never gone through it, because I know you went through it with your short surge.
I went through it.
And like, I went through it, like, the magnitude of pressure you feel all at once is suffocating. Because
you feel like you're in the middle of your one sort of chance.
Yeah, your one and only shot. Like, if you feel like your foot steps off the gas even a little bit, your entire career is dead.
Yeah. I mean, and I think it doesn't matter what you do. I think everyone who goes through a growth surge, you know, you're eventually going to hit the end of it. And like, I peaked in views, like, overall, like 2 months ago. And like the views I get now are like a fraction of what I had, even when I was making videos that I think are objectively worse, you know? And I think mentally that is a hard thing to come to terms with, is you think you're making better videos, but you're not getting better reception. But that's just a part of that growth surge. I agree. I think that growth surge you go through can sometimes be the worst part of your channel's history, because you are so obsessed with, oh god, what do I do now, that it stops being like a hobby and you start feeling like you're obligated to do certain things. And then once you get past it, you're like, yeah, screw it, I can do what I want.
For me, the worst part of it was people reaching out to me because of the growth surge. And like, whether or not their intentions were like true or not, like, I say true, but like, you know, whether or not they're trying to cloud chase you because you happen to be growing, or they're like, big people who just suddenly became aware of your existence and like it, right?
Yeah.
It was such a weird mental space to be in, like when people would reach out, because I'm like, I have no idea. Because like, you're someone I've wanted to talk to for a while, but I also just quintupled my numbers overnight. Why are you talking to me now? Like, what's going on here? I got so paranoid for like a month because it was just, I hated that super spike of growth the first time. Because like, I had a really high peak, and then I had a second even bigger peak like 3 months later, and I was way better prepared for that second time. Like, holy cow! It's just like, nope, YouTube's just doing its thing. It just means I'm doing things right. I'm gonna stay the course. I'm not gonna, you know, burn myself to a crisp trying to capitalize off this. Like,
it also helps move your goalposts, right? Which always happens with content creation, is when like it's something I think I've noticed recently, is that like, it doesn't matter what numbers you're getting, you're always looking at it relatively. So it doesn't matter if you're getting 1,000 views, 10,000 views, 100,000. If your last video got 10,000 and you get 1,000, you're going to feel bad. If your last video got 1,000 and you get 2,000, you're going to feel, it's like, it's a very relative thing. It doesn't actually matter what the number is, because you're always going to be concerned about it relatively. So I think peaking high does have the like benefit of, you've hit your max peak, and you're no longer really stressed about, you know, smaller peaks. Like I've had videos since I put those 2 videos up that got like 1 million views each, right, which was definitely my peak, right? I don't really care anymore. Like when I see a video getting, you know, 300 400k views, it's cool, and I strive for that, and I've tried to be like, okay, what did I do right in this one that I can do in the next one? But I'm not like stressed, because it's like, oh, whatever. But I have gone through it recently again in sort of like a different way with the tier lists, because I get, okay, this is a little peer into my psyche. I actually get really anxious when I put those tier lists out, because I'm always sort of worried that someone that I enjoy, like a VTuber that I enjoy, is going to stumble across them and misinterpret or not like them, if that makes sense. Like they're going to take the wrong image, take the wrong idea from it. So when someone that I watch responds to it, there's always that little thought at the back of my brain that's like, hey, they might hate you. And then I'm just like, oh god, I hope they don't hate me. And it's like, it's part of, again, that surge, because you're not used to that level of exposure. You're not used to having that reach. And I imagine, you know, eventually it'll die down and I'll return to normal. But yeah, when, you know, when Kiara responds, which is the thing I've come back to, because it's probably the closest thing I've had to a panic attack whilst doing content creation, is there's definitely a sort of panic moment where you're like, oh god, I hope they don't think I'm an asshole, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, that I can definitely relate, because the first time, you know, when I got pinged that Iron Mouse was watching my video, like the summary video, I was like, oh, please God, please tell me I actually got everything right. Holy hell, please don't hate me. You know?
Yeah. You get that like brief surge of like anxiety, and then it fades once you become, I guess, more acquainted with them. Like it happened with Numi. The first time Numi reacted to one of my videos, I was no one tell her this. I was so like anxious because I didn't expect that video to go anywhere. It was literally a meme video I made in my spare time because I wanted to get better at like video editing for like an IRL thing. So it wasn't a video that I necessarily thought anyone would watch, never mind the people in it. So when I saw that she reacted to it, there was a part of me that was like, oh God, I just dunked on her for like 60 seconds straight. I really hope she doesn't think I'm like an asshole. But then she was like pretty chill about it. And so I kind of lost that. And now I give her no respect.
Yep. But it's always that first interaction. Especially
because, yeah.
I'm just going to tell the story of how I collabed with Mary, because this is a perfect example of like that crippling fear. Because so Mary had offhandedly mentioned on his stream, they're like, hey, if you ever want to do something with me, hit me up. And I'm like, because I don't do this. But like in that moment, I'm like, I'm going to message him right now. And I did. And then he didn't respond for like 2 days. And I'm like, oh no. Crap. Like, what did I do? What the fuck did I do? Like, did I screw this up? And then of course, I messed up the time with the actual stream with him. So that was another thing.
Yeah.
But now I'll just bark at him on stream because it's funny to me.
Yeah. There's definitely like a panic response. I think when you first sort of talk about a streamer or a content creator that's like, I guess, bigger than you, there is that initial, because from your perspective, it's like this big thing. It's like, oh my God, Mary responded to something I said. Oh my God, Iron Mouse reacted to my video. But to them, someone who frequently interacts with fans, who gets, fan art made about them all the time, to them it's just like another thing. They're really chill about it. So
yeah, you're just another name on the Discord message list.
Yeah, exactly. So to Merryweather, you're just, him not responding wasn't him being like, oh, this cat, how dare he? He probably just, if he's like me, he just forgot or he didn't see it, because I don't respond to messages sometimes for like a week. Yeah. So for you, what was like a panic and just like, oh my God, does he hate me moment, was for him just like another day.
Yeah.
And I think
I've definitely come to learn and treat people with that same level as like, if you can just remember people are just people, like big or small. It's kind of funny how once you've had a chance to interact with some of the bigger names, even if only minorly, you really do realize like, oh no, they are literally just the same. Like they have the exact same problems that you do.
It is wild, especially like any interactions. If you ever interacted like out of the, I guess, public eye and like DMs or anything, you very quickly realize you're like, oh, you're just another person. Like, yeah, I don't know. I think I've said this. I don't know if I said this on stream. I think it's a problem, not a problem, but it's something, especially in the VTuber community. I think you tend to view VTubers and streamers sort of subconsciously like characters more than people.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if it's because of the model or the personality.
I think it's just easier with VTubers, right? Because like,
yeah, because they are an anime character, kind of.
Whether you want to or not, you do see their character first. Like that's like if I was to think Penumbral, even if I knew your actual like name and what you actually looked like, the first thing I would think of is your character, right?
Yeah.
And like I think it's just so much easier for VTubers specifically to have that just extra little level of dissociation. It's just slightly easier. And because it's just a little easier, it happens so much more often.
Yeah, and because of that, because you view them more as like characters necessarily than people, I think there is a little bit of, I mean, that's why you get all the parasocial stuff,
Yeah.
Like, it's because it's so much easier to be parasocial for someone who you don't even necessarily subconsciously think of as a person. You think of them as a character, which is, I think, partially why there's such a big parasocial problem in the VTuber scene. But from sort of a content creator standpoint, before you interact with someone, there is that sort of, vibe of like, oh my God, it's this idealized on a pedestal person that I've watched for a year. They're talking to me, oh my god, what I do, panic, panic, panic. And then after you have that first contact, you're like, oh no, this is just a human being. Cool. And it sort of diminishes that. But then every time that you have that that next first contact, it is a bit different. So like the first time I interacted with HoloLive, had that again, because in my head, HoloLive was like this big,
they're untouchable.
Yeah, they're this big reclusive company of like stars. So like having any sort of contact with them, it was like, I don't know what it was like. It was like talking to an actual celebrity, and that's why I had that panic response. And now that it's happened, if it happened again, I probably wouldn't have that same response. It's always that initial breaking of that barrier that I think is hard to get over. But
yeah. It's so fascinating because it can happen in so many different ways, right? Like even reaching out to people of your same, like, we're just gonna use the word size here, right? Because like as far as like
that's what it is.
The weight class of VTubers, we're basically in the same category right now.
Yeah, we are. We're similar
like,
size, similar reach. Yeah.
I can't expose who because I'm supposed to be doing something with them soon. But someone reached out to me wanting to do something, and they are in a smaller weight class YouTube wise, but a much bigger weight class Twitch wise, and that still made me like a little nervous initially. I'm like, you've got a lot more viewers than I do.
You always have that sort of I guess that little I get that a lot as well. Like there are VTubers out there, like streamers that have YouTube channels that I am bigger than in terms of pure sub count, but it doesn't feel that way because their Twitch viewers
they view you as like a monolith. Like you're this big YouTuber that has 40,000 subs, and you're like, no, I'm just one of the boys.
Yeah, I'm just another simp in the crowd, man. That's what I was talking about earlier with, like, there's a sort of weird, it's hard to come to terms with like your level, because I don't think at no point do you ever consider yourself more important than anyone. Like there's no point where you're like, yes, there's no point where you sit back and you're like, yes, I am the streamer, I am the content creator, bow down to me. That doesn't happen. It doesn't matter how big you get, you're always like, I'm just another fan. I think SS Sniper Wolf, no, SS Sniper Wolf, who was it? Why did I say SS Sniper Wolf? Who was it? Eye Patch Wolf? I don't know why I said SS Sniper Wolf first. What's his name? It was the anime Super Eye Patch Wolf.
Yeah.
I think he made a video about it, or he made a statement about it, where he was like, I got to 1 million subs, and I kind of turned around to my fan base and was like, hey, look, anyone can do it. You don't have to be a big content creator. You can have success too. And everyone was like, what do you mean? You are a big content creator. You are that 1 million subbed channel that everyone sort of looks to as this monolith. And I think it's an important thing to realize that it doesn't matter how big you get or how small you are, whatever, you never feel more important. You never feel like you're someone to look up to or someone that's, better than anyone else. So it's kind of hard to come to terms with your own reach as a content creator. Yeah,
I've had the pleasure of speaking with a like 1.5 million sub YouTuber, which in my mind, when they first, because like they messaged me, and I was like, what? Okay, why? You're really big. Why are you talking to me? What's going on here? What did I do? Did I say something about you? I'm sorry. Because like,
oh god, I'm getting canceled.
In my mind, like the number 1 million, even at 50,000, is
wild.
It's this. At least for me,
incomprehensible.
It seems like this incomprehensible barrier, right? Like 1 million is a very big number. And now I talk to this person all the time, like, because they're, surprise, they're a person,
Yeah, who'd have thought?
But like, it's so, but then you transition to that, like, where you are talking to these quote unquote big names, like casually, and now you are seen as like that monolith, but like you said, you don't think about that because you can't comprehend why you're more important now because your self-importance never changed.
Exactly. Yeah, your view of yourself is always the same. And I get comments sometimes on my TikTok and my shorts of the news, right? Or my experience vids, where I get people being like, hey, you know, one of my goals as a VTuber is to get into one of these videos. And I'm like, bro, aim higher. Like,
dude,
there are so many cooler things you could aim for than being in one of my shitty videos. Like, that is not a thing to aim for. It is not some I get
similar comments where they're like, I hope one day I'm big enough to have you do a lore video about me. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Why is that your aspiration? What's going on here?
Like, it's like, bro, there are so many things you could aim for. But then I realized that, like, relatively, like, because to us, right, like, if, you know, in this a sort of a thing that would be like out there to me, like a massive, like, oh my god, what the hell thing would be like, if you ever get to the size where you could collab with just those big streamers casually, right? If you ever get to that level,
yeah, where you're like, hey, Iron Mouse, you want to play this game? Like, that you're in a position to just do that?
Yeah, that seems to us that's incomprehensible, right? That is a never gonna happen, absolutely out there scenario. So I guess to people that are, you know, just starting, we are sort of at that level, even though to us we're just random people on the internet, don't aspire to be in our content. What the hell? Because, like, obviously to me, there's no scenario in which someone reaches out and is like, hey, would you want to collab? And I'm like, no, you're too small for me. Like,
right?
That's not a thing.
Like,
but we sort of assume that of people bigger than us. And I guess there's a level, there must be a level as a streamer you get to where if you get to like Shy Lily's level, Iron Miss's level, Zentrea's level, whatever, you must get DMs every day of people being like, hey, do you want to collab? And I guess at a certain point you do have to sort of restrict it to people that you are known and you're kind of similar weight class, right? But I don't think that necessarily means you view yourself more important. I don't think you ever get that as a content creator. You'll never view yourself as this big important person. You always view yourself as just this guy who likes VTubers who decided to start a channel, you know? So
yeah, it's, I don't know, it's just it's so interesting because I really like what you mentioned about like you wouldn't say no to someone just because they're smaller. Because honestly, I genuinely, and you know, keep in mind, this is all filtered through my own personal thoughts, but like, I don't say no to collabs because I'm thinking that you have, like, if you're like a 10 viewer streamer, the reason I'm saying no to you isn't because you have 10 viewers. It's probably just because I'm either really busy or don't necessarily like the idea that's going on. Like that's purely as far as I think ahead, like for collabs. It's like, does the idea sound fun? Sure. You know, I'll maybe look into you after that point and see like if you can pull off the idea. But like numbers wise, it's not even really a thought that crosses my head.
Yeah,
because
the only thing numbers I think comes to mind is if it feels, again, like you said earlier, where it feels like someone isn't reaching out because they enjoy your content, they're reaching out because you have bigger numbers and they just want the clout. And that is something that I think is definitely something that you can kind of get a vibe for, you know? You can kind of get a feel for, of like, you don't actually, like, I've never seen you in my chat, I've never spoken to you in my comment section, I don't know who you are, you know, you can kind of get that vibe. But in terms of a pure size, I don't know that you'd ever get to the size where you're like, no, too big for you.
Yeah.
Although I guess there is a little, like, there is, I guess, a weird situation in, like, as a big streamer, I've thought about this a lot, because as a small streamer, in terms of like raiding or like speaking in someone's Twitch chat, I don't have any like restrictions, right? I can raid pretty much anyone and nobody's going to be like overwhelmed. I'm not going to like infringe on them, because if I raid like Lily or Iron Mouse or whatever, it's like not even a drop in the bucket, it's like a tiny microscopic speck. But as a big streamer, you must have to think a lot about like, I can see why streamers tend to raid within circles, because like if you have 6,000 viewers, you probably don't want to raid someone with like 60 and completely overwhelm their entire stream, you know?
Right.
So I guess there is a certain moment, a certain kind of weight class, as you said earlier, where numbers does become important a little bit, if only so that you don't completely drown out somebody's fan base with your own.
Well, like, and the other thing to think of here, with in that same type of thing, is at the end of the day, if you're at the point where streaming is your job, the unfortunate reality of the matter is you do have to think about numbers. Like, yeah. And I've been very vocal about this since day one. Like, I want this to become my full-time job. So, if and when that happens, like, if I did actually make it big and I've got multiple collaboration opportunities where the only difference is someone's size, the sad fact of the reality, like the sad reality is that, like, yeah, streamers are going to pick the bigger number one if all things are equal, right?
Yeah,
like,
obviously.
And I just think that's the situation that a lot of big streamers and content creators do get into, is like, it's not that they didn't want to do your thing. It's just, Fillions hosting a dating show and they could be on it. Right? Like,
yeah. that dating show was funny.
The dating show was great. Merriweather,
but
I need to DM Merriweather about some unhinged things he said.
Oh, I love Mary. Mary's so great. I hop into his streams occasionally. He's such like a.
You should watch his YouTube stream from yesterday. He was doing a meet and greet at YikiCon.
Oh, the IRL one.
Oh my god, it is the most unhinged piece of he is so unhinged in the IRL meet and greet. It is I don't think I've laughed that hard at an IRL stream in a very long time, because he was just screaming at people to come notice him. I'm just like, Mary, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. I wish I had that level of self-confidence.
Bro, Mary's just such, like, he's definitely been on the internet for so long to the point where he just knows, like, how to, be an internet presence. He's so funny all the time, and he's so, like, I don't know, charming, I guess would be the best way to describe him. Like, you can't help but just be smiling when you're talking to or about him. He just has that sort of vibe going on. He's a great guy.
Good guy. Oh gosh.
We just ranted about. I like that we're talking about positive things now. We started to stream just shitting on YouTube for like an hour.
I actually had like an outline of what I was gonna do, and we have not done any of it. But it's been just fine. I have like all these questions written down for like, okay, how do I break up the silence? Well, there hasn't been a silence yet.
No, I do talk a lot. That is.
I mean, hey, that's the whole point of these things, right?
My first my first news streams took so long because I would just get so off topic about everything. So every time a new topic came up, I just completely derail. I've gotten better at it, but I just have the tendency to just, when something enters your brain and you're like, oh,
you have to talk about it. You have to talk about it right then.
Yeah, you're like a cat chasing yarn, and you're like, next topic, next, and then you're like, where was I? What was I doing?
I mean, that's the entire reason why this show is called Off the Rails. Because if it's a just chatting stream, oh my gosh. Like,
well, we didn't even have any rails this time.
No, the rails. We tried to leave the station, but we left it backwards.
Yeah, because off the rails implies there was ever an on the rails.
Maybe that's the real secret: is there was no rails.
It's like the Matrix. There is no rails.
Well, I do have a couple things I want to ask.
Yeah,
and
go
then,
for it.
We'll give viewers a couple of questions, because I know it's like 4 a.m. for you now, and I don't want to keep you up all night. Oh no,
bro! I started streaming Fire Emblem at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I stopped at 8. So I'm solid. I'm here. I'm awake. Look, it's just Australia is like 37 degrees in Australia right now. I would much rather sleep through the day and be awake at night than have to deal with it being like 1,000,000,000 degrees, you know?
See, it's 26 Fahrenheit where I am, so it's like the exact opposite.
That sounds nice. I'd rather be cold than hot. I'm moving back to Scotland soon, and I'm not going to be sad to see the sun going.
Hey, Xanthem, I didn't keep him up late. I gave him the option of changing times. That you can't pin this one on me.
Yeah, look.
I offered.
I stream at the same time.
I offered. That's what's important. Don't judge me, Xanthem.
if like on my channel, my new streams normally start in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So I am 100% fine. This is actually an early stream for me. I'm normally not streaming for another half hour, so
Yep.
We're solid.
Yep.
Wait, let's hammer in these questions before we get more off topic.
So this is a fun question that I shamelessly ripped from Twitter. Mm-hmm. If you had the option of just straight up removing one piece of content you've made, would you? Like, is there something that is so you're either embarrassed, you're cringed about it, and you wish it just didn't exist? If so, what would it be?
I've already done that.
It's true.
That first video I talked about. But also there was a short I also deleted, and it was like, it was so cringe. It was the because I'm a big Fate fan. In case like the Fate Stay Night NASAverse type moon thing. I'm a massive fan. So I had a short where I went through a hypothetical scenario of like Deku from My Hero Academia versus Shiro from Fate, and it is the most unentertaining short. And I 2 days after releasing it, I made it at 4 o'clock in the morning. It was it was when I first started making content, so I had no standards. I had no quality control. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, hey, wouldn't this be fun? And then I recorded it, edited it, and posted it within 2 hours. And then the next day or the day after, I came back to it and I watched it, and I was like, oh no, and I deleted it.
You're like, oh no, I made this. See,
yeah,
I have a similar story. My original lore for my character, that will never see the light of day.
Yeah.
Oh boy. But
every content creator has a few skeletons in their closet.
That one is just it fills me with cringe, so hard, and I'm just oh my god, why did I make this? Oh my gosh!
The problem with lore videos is I think you need a certain standard of quality in order for a sort of a lore video to not be kind of a little bit cringe, you know, you need a certain level of writing and production value, and
you have
all
to
that
treat
together
it just seriously enough that the cringe works.
But because if you treat it too seriously, that's just a bit cringe. If you don't treat it seriously enough, then sure, it's fun, but you don't really have a lore video. So you need it's a very thin margin, and you need a decent produced video. Yeah. So yeah.
My original one was oh, the original lore behind good old Raelice was terrible. And we're talking human Raelice. This is way back in the day.
OG Raelice.
OG. This was 3D Raelice. Holy crap. That's how OG it was. Yeah.
I think people ask for my lore a lot. I don't really have any. The only lore facts that have been, I think, established is that I live on the moon for some reason, and that I spend my time watching VTubers. Those are the two lore points. I'm an observer on the moon.
I knew that because I was in your Discord when you wrote that out.
Yeah. Well, because people keep asking me, they're like, hey, can I write your lore for you? And I'm like, bro, my lore is an open book. You can write whatever you want. It's canon. Go for it. Dude. Because I just don't have any.
I forgot about this. Someone made the lore of my hold on, let me put this on screen real quick. So I have a little book called Ego, and someone copied my style and made a lore of a completely made up lore about my book, and I'm like,
that's so cool.
God damn, this is but it was better than my videos, and I'm like, this is really cool. But lore is just I mean, obviously, lore. I enjoy lore, else I wouldn't be doing what I do. But I don't know.
One day we're gonna get a VTuber that's just a guy. It's one day we're gonna get a VTuber that's just his name's Jerry. He works at Walmart. he's just trying to make ends meet, and he's like surrounded by all these like eldritch horrors and magical girls and like tentacle demons, and he's gonna be like, "Hey yo, what is going on?"
It's so true.
Jerry's my Yoshi. I stand Jerry.
He's like, who was it from the new Pokemon? Larry, the normal type gym leader. I think, yeah, it's just gonna be that guy. But it'd be so beautiful.
Because VTuber lore, I feel like VTubers are in an arms race against themselves, because like everyone keeps coming up with like more out there lore, and then the next person's like, well, I gotta have even more out there lore. So now we're at the point where we're like 5 dimensions deep or something.
Yeah,
because I watched your roundup of VShojo lore, and I'm like, bro, this is like MCU level stuff.
Dude, you haven't even seen the new updated timeline. Oh my god, it's so
that timeline.
It's
that timeline.
Even with like Mary's help, it's still like, what the hell's going on? Oh my gosh. But like I really do truly love diving into people's lore just because it's ridiculous. But I do feel like we're reaching a point with it that's like people are going a little too far with like
it's a bit too much
complexity. Because like in my mind, story is king when it comes to lore, and lore in my opinion is best when it's just trying to tell a very specific story, or it's very personal to the person who made it. Because if it's not one of those two things, I think it's mostly a waste of time. But like in VShojo's case, you know, they have this huge overarching narrative and it's awesome. But like my favorite stories are like one of my favorite ones that I've seen, and yes, I've seen it, Ezzy. That's a whole different can of worms. But freaking Iron Mouse, including void demons in her lore again. Gosh dang it. But one of my favorite stories is the one done by Buff Pup. Who I freaking love Buff Pup.
I also love Buff Pup.
Buff Pup is a gem for anyone who hasn't seen their streams.
She's so like unashamedly happy all the time. It's great.
She is. She's great. But like her whole story like has a lot of like hidden elements of that don't really try and there's like tons and tons of cameos, and it's really just about her own personal like how she felt doing streaming and stuff. And I'm like, this is awesome because it's very personal. It's just a great mini contained story that has just enough that people can like find all the little tiny bits in it, like all the little cameos from all her friends, but not so complicated that you need a lore cat to make a timeline video to dissect what the hell's going on in your universe. That being said, I still love you, VShojo. Thank you for finally putting all your videos on the same channel. That was a whole thing, but
VShojo's lore reminds me of like Fate lore. I don't know. Did you watch Giguk?
Yes, I've not. I don't watch as much as I used to, but I know.
He made a video where he like tries to explain the entire Fate timeline, and as a Fate fan, it was really funny. It's like because Fate is like one of those universities that's been going on for like 2 decades at this point, and there's like a million spin-offs, so nobody really understands it all. It's kind of just up in the air. It's great.
Yeah, but that's
I have watched your lore videos on VShojo, and it's about as close as I'm going to get to understanding them because I do not keep track of lore. People ask me this in my tier lists. They're like, "Are you going by streamer personality or are you going by lore?" And I'm like, I have no idea what the lore is for any of these people. I do not keep up with lore.
That just reminds me of because you're relatively new to the content creation scene, all things given, right? Like you're were you were around for the Niji Sanji lore power tier list era, right?
I was
every single one of them was doing a tier list.
Yep.
And then that was the only tier list hype train that I've hopped on because I'm like, oh no, I'm the only VTuber who knows all of this crap. And so I ranked it correctly according to their lores, and they can all suck it.
The one thing you're qualified to do.
It's like, this is the one trend I'm very qualified for. Let me get in on this. I don't usually get in on trends. I'm not that kind of a cat. But by God, if you're gonna put something in front of my face that is the one thing I'm good at, I'm gonna do it. God damn it.
Yeah. I struggle with trends because I see trends sometimes and then I'm like, I just don't have anything to add to it. There's nothing about my content that fits with the trend. So I guess if a tier list comes up again, I definitely will hop on it though, because it's like my thing now.
Yeah.
But I think back then it wasn't really my thing. It was just something I did occasionally. But and I think I'd already done a power tier list. Like I'd done the which VTubers could I take in a fight tier list based on lore. I did two, one based on lore and one based on not lore. And the based on lore one is completely inaccurate because again, I don't know what any of their lore was. I had to just go based on like appearance.
It's okay. Not even the Niji Sanji people know what their lore is. It's fine. But
the closest thing I know about lore is like who has a sword, because I made that sword video and I had to look for Niji Sanji members with swords, and it's like literally only Vox, and even then he never uses it. It's like it's not in any of his models, and I had to like stretch for a Niji Sanji member in that list. None of them like swords, man. It's a big disappointment.
Yeah. I think do any of them have swords?
Vox has a sword in his lore video.
Yeah, Vox has the little flaming sword. Also,
the one that like
12 inches.
You're 12 inches tall?
Yeah, I'm bigger than average cat, but I am still just a cat.
Because I looked through VShoujo, not VShoujo, Niji, and no one had another sword. I thought for sure Rosami's like commander outfit that she has would have a sword, because it looks like the kind of thing that you'd have like a rapier to go with. Couldn't find one.
I think out of all of Niji, only the people who have swords or weapons, period. Because Vox has his sword, and then Zion technically has her super magical or super, I can call technology from the future, but also probably I'm mentally insane creating technology thing. That's a whole different can of worms. But she can summon laser guns.
Oh, I thought her main weapon was being a tsundere, but
I mean that's true.
I know.
Luca, I guess Luca technically has a gun. Mista would technically have had a gun because he was a.
They all have guns.
Yeah, I guess there's more guns than anything else.
Where's the love of swords? No one appreciates a good sword anymore.
I know, right?
Kids these days, man. That's why I love, Zen's robot like model, the one she uses now.
Yeah,
I love that. Have you seen the unsheath animation for that? Yeah.
Yeah.
The so cool. It's probably maybe my favorite VTuber model, just period. Like in terms of a personal standpoint, the whole like robot with the glowy bits and the unsheathing and stuff. It's
very well designed. Like it's, I think it's rare when models just like, there's lots of pretty models out there. Like there's lots of them. I'm not going to try and say that there aren't, but I do think that there's a fun aesthetic or like a fun situation that can happen when your model and lore and like background and like all that stuff just all gels with each other.
Yep.
Like, and Zentreya's stream specifically is just like, it's just the best. Like, it's so good. There's not really anyone else out there that, except for maybe Poppy the Lich King. His setup's ridiculous. There's very few people out there that can replicate that level of like brand unity.
Yeah.
And
I mean, VShoujo's models in general are just insanely high quality. Pretty much every new one, every time someone gets a new model, Kaeson's model also, someone said in chat, also has a sword. It's like a gun sword, and she like pulls it off her back. It's really cool. And it's like, it is one of the things that I think is VShoujo does well, that maybe HoloLive occasionally doesn't do super well in is like those really like interactive model designs, like having a model that can pull out a sword, or just have an animation in it, or stuff like that. I find that Vshoujo kind of does that the best.
Yep.
I'm out of juice. I got a mini fridge because I'm cool like that.
My mini fridge broke, so I don't have one of those anymore.
It's sad. You need one in Australia, or all your juice gets lukewarm and it's horrible.
Whenever Secret Project #1 comes out and then Raelice 2.0 comes out, I really want to get a lot of those more interactions, because it took me so long to like unify my brand.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like, obviously I've got my library now. I mean, I've got, this nice little studio that is quite obviously cat themed.
Yeah. What? No. Surely not.
I've got my little classrooms that have, references to people I've met in the VTubing sphere, but like it's kind of ridiculous, like how much that just adds to like your whole vibe as a streamer. Because like, if you compare that to a lot of regular, IRL streamers, right? They don't need to worry about like most of that stuff, because like the webcam just picks up like on all that, and like you can rearrange your room way easier than you can make a a digital set, right?
Yeah.
That also happens to match, your model and other things like that. But it adds so much, and I love just seeing the top tier of it. It's just so cool to see.
I was gonna say, I think it's one of the unique one of the really, really things that is solely a VTuber thing, is the ability to make your entire streaming experience very centralized on one theme. Because you can have, if you look at like, I think someone who does it really, really well is Cinder.
Yeah.
Like if you look at her, like her background, her model, her like alerts, her music, everything kind of fits into like this one very stylized streaming experience. And it's something that I think you can only really do that well as a VTuber, because you can't really, unless you're really committed, I don't think you can actually set yourself on fire for a stream. So you struggle to attain that level of like cohesiveness, right? So I think it is cool when VTubers play into that, and they kind of capitalize on that advantage. And seeing the peak, the very, very top of VTuber, models and assets is really cool.
It really is. And the best thing about it to me is like, yeah, I mean, I'm not really shy about talking about how much I've spent and how much of a mistake that was at times. I mean, I have a whole video dedicated to that particular level of mistake. But even though I've since then invested a ton into, my streaming stuff, when I removed all the expensive bullcrap that I had in the beginning that wasn't actually doing anything for me, and, learned how to do it properly with no money, because I spent all of it, I was able to make, a cohesive theme for really cheap. And now just like, now this new set is like the super expensive, like super upgraded version of it. But it's just a better version of what I already had, and what I had cost me $10. It just took time to look around and find, and it's like you can make really awesome themes that they just work very well. Before
I don't have a model yet. Soon TM. But I just looked on Fiverr and Etsy, and I found like transition that was like a crescent moon. I found like waiting screens and loading screens that were all like those like animations of moons, and I think it just brings it all together. Obviously, I don't have like the full big VTuber package of like everything vibing together, like notifications and alerts and everything. But if you look around, there's a chance you can find some that for like $5-10 that'll set you up with a decent scene that fits your sort of vibe.
Yeah. And that's really what it boils down to. Is like, if you just take that time You'll be able to make something that you're honestly probably a lot more proud of than you would have originally thought so. And taking that extra time, it does really help you stand out, honestly. Once you figure out what you're about, which is honestly something I've really respected about you as a YouTuber, is you've kind of stuck to your guns a lot better than even I have. But we're just not going to talk about the month of November, okay? We were gaming Cat for 1 month and then went back to doing what we were supposed to be doing.
Hey,
but
there are people out there that love the gaming Cat, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure. There's just a lot less than people who like the lore Cat.
I mean, I watched your Genshin stuff really good. Like your Genshin Impact lore.
Okay, that was a different thing. I found out very quickly that me and the Genshin community were not going to be on good terms.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh god.
That's why I was, because like I enjoy Genshin. I like the world. I like all the characters, really cool. But after making those shorts, even though they did really, really well, I was like, oh, I don't want these people to come to my streams.
Valid.
I'm not going to make these anymore. So that's why Genshin stopped. Because
valid.
No hate to anyone who plays Genshin, but I just found that the Genshin community and I don't agree. But like, because I tried a whole bunch of gaming streams during that month, mostly just as a test, because I was a little burnt out on lore after I went like really hard the month before, like way harder than I should have on making videos.
Yeah.
And so I kind of burned myself out a little bit there, but then I came back and, I'm reunifying my theme this year. I've got so many videos I have to make to keep that theme up. But like you've been way more consistent than like 99.9% of people I've seen, which is
so the thing I kind of realized, because I did the same thing when I first started. I played Portal. It's actually on a playlist on my channel in like past unlisted streams, because the plan I had, I was gonna do the new streams as they're like on the channel and then just unlist all my gaming streams. And I realized that the audience that subscribed to my channel for my content wasn't super interested in watching me play video games, which is fair. It's not what they subbed for. So what I did is I just moved it to Twitch. So now Twitch is for, if you're interested in, I don't know, hanging out and watching me play games, you can go there. And it doesn't clog up the main channel, and it's not the focus of the main channel. And it sort of keeps everything in this sort of nice package, which is, I think, important when you're a streamer. It's different. If like you're mainly a streamer, your channel is obviously going to be streams. But if you're a content creator, I do think there is an advantage in focusing your channel on content creation and leaving your like streams or your whatever off to the side on a different platform. I think it just helps keep everything focused.
So that's always something I've traditionally struggled with, because my streams don't really like, I do cover like a lot of lore on streams, like probably a good third to half of them are about that, but the rest are usually just me hanging out with chat and we're just unleashing unholy abominations upon things, and totally normal streams. No need to go look at those, but it's a very different vibe than the lore stuff. But on the other hand, like it
lets you connect.
Yeah, it lets me connect with the community, and I think YouTube has become more accepting of that kind of behavior since they, now they have the dedicated shorts tab, they have the dedicated videos tab. The fact that if you click on someone's channel, it goes to the last content you just watched from them. So if you're a short viewer, you go directly to the shorts tab, which is solely lore now. Like, I also experimented with like stream clips on there, and then I was like, you know what, that needs its own channel. So I kicked those off. Yeah. But like, so now like if you click on, the video channel, it's a pretty tailored experience with the occasional Power Rangers video mixed in there. But, and then the live tab is who knows the hell what. But I do think YouTube's getting a little bit better at that. But that is...
It is better than when I started. When I started, it was still the clustered mess of everything in one page, and it was like, oh god, you couldn't find streams from videos from shorts. It was all in one place.
It was terrible. But that's actually what originally put you on my radar of like people to watch. So I'm like, man, this guy knows what he's doing.
I don't. I really, truly have no clue what the hell is going on 90% of the time. People assume I do, and like they think. I've had people like asking, they're like, what would you do? How did you, get viewers? How did you get, grow fast? And I'm like, bro, I have no clue. I don't know what to tell you.
So
the shorts.
I can tell you exactly what I did, because I did it as a test with a very specific plan in mind. But I know for a fact that you couldn't do the same thing that I did now. Like that, it's a different landscape. And the fact is, like, if you tried to do what I did, you're now competing directly with me. Unless you're a bigger creator than me already, you'll just get squashed by me. Like that's... It's so difficult on like giving that kind of advice, because
I think I definitely realized like midway through, like when I started doing it, I was like, oh, I have something here. Like after my, I think second or third VTubing last week short, I was like, oh, there's an audience for this. There's a consistent, repeatable, like, because I would have, the VTuber shorts basically vary depending on how popular the VTuber is. So if I make a short about I think the one about Project Melody did amazingly well, but if I do one about maybe like a smaller indie creator, it doesn't do as well, just because of that's how the shorts algorithm works. It also depends on how present on shorts they are. Like I have videos that on YouTube died because the creator doesn't make YouTube shorts, but went viral on they went big on TikTok because the creators, like my Shy Lily TikTok went mental because Shy Lily is like queen of TikTok right now. So I definitely realized like midway through, I was like, oh, there's an audience for this. But I didn't like go out of my way purposefully to be like, yes, there will be a niche here and I will conquer this niche. It was just, I kind of stumbled into it.
It's always interesting how people arrive at where they are. Cause like for me, it was planned. I went into this with a very, very specific mindset that has since changed quite drastically, but there's a YouTube channel called Vader's Fortress who does lore shorts kind of in the like not in the same style that I do, but like similar type of content that I do, but about Star Wars, right? And I love that channel. And I was like, I could do this about VTubing. This would probably do very well. So I straight up yoinked his formula, but did it about VTubing. And it's since, evolved into my own thing, but like that was my plan going in, was like this was an underserved niche, but I also was interested in it. And that's one thing that I think cannot be understated if you get into content creation is be willing to try anything. Yoink and twist from people, but you better damn well make sure that type of content is what you actually like making. Because if that's what takes off and you're stuck making content you hate, your life is going to be miserable.
There are a lot of content creators like that have obviously gotten stuck in content creation hell, where their viewers only like one thing and they're stuck with that one thing. I mean, for me, I definitely did when I made my first indie VTuber experience video. I noticed there was sort of a lack of, I guess, I don't want to say like commentary meme style videos about VTubers. Like
there's a lot of clippers, but there's not a lot of people talking about the VTuber themselves.
That was what I noticed. I was like, there's all these clips, but there's no one that's actually like talking about them. There's no personality that's like, here's this person and here's this clip about them. And it was like a very weird niche. And I thought there was no one in it because I was like, well, yeah, because most people probably don't care. They would just rather watch the clip than watch someone talk about the clip. And I actually got a few comments the first, few times first few shorts I made about that. They were like, why would I watch this instead of just watching the clip? And I was like, that's valid. But as it grew, people like there were people that were talking to me that were like, hey, I actually, discovered this kind of generation of VTubers, or I discovered this VTuber through your channel, which is still weird to me because to me the VTubers are way bigger than I am. But
it's just because it's a different audience, right?
Like, yeah, if they don't have a YouTube presence, there are people that probably stumble across a short of them that don't know who they are.
Or even if they do have a YouTube presence, it's like you're just different enough that like your content is the one they see. Like it happens all the time. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I've had people say like the videos do a good job of like summing up a generation for someone who's completely new to say like Niji Sanji and they want to know what's Luxium like. So I think finding a niche is probably if you ever look up like YouTube tips, if you ever look up like tips for success on YouTube, the one thing that every single person who gives advice hammers in is that you need to find a niche of content that you can dominate. Either, again, like we said earlier, by being first or by being best. Because if you're just doing what someone else has already done, but worse because you're new, you're going to struggle. So it is, I guess there is a little bit of like pre-calculated, okay, this is what I'm going to do because I think there's a niche there. But it was also because I just like joking. It's kind of weird to say. I just like I like memeing. I like making people laugh. I like just vibing and joking about things I like. And that's why I made that type of content, Like I probably, even if I, let's say like hypothetically, even if I was around before you were, and I noticed that sort of gap in the lore, I probably still wouldn't have made it just because for me, that wouldn't have been something I was interested in. But if for you, that's what you're interested in. So you have to sort of combine the two. You have to have a niche, but you have to be passionate about the niche.
I mean, I'll admit, I've definitely thought about doing the, like a video similar to like your experience videos. But every time I like think about it, I'm like, I don't actually care enough to make that style of video. And like, the same way, like you just said, like you don't care about their lore that much. Like it really boils down to, because like I was very cutthroat in my early days of YouTube of anything for the views. Like I had a specific strategy when I was, even during my education days, like I knew VTube Studio was going to be coming out on Steam. I made damn sure if you searched VTube Studio for anything, it was going to be my face. Like I made a video about every single update, every feature, every possible aspect of that program, to the point where if you were looking up VTube Studio in 2021, there's like a 99% chance.
I just looked it up. It's still like mostly your face. Like
you would see me. That was my game plan, was to dominate that program to the point where, because like it was the most popular program. I thought it was going to stay the most popular program, which it has. But like my whole game plan was, I will pump things out as fast as I possibly can. Yoink topics from other people who are making videos about it. I am going to own this niche completely, and I will push out anyone who tries to compete with me.
I got that Sigma male grain set going. I appreciate it.
But like, I was really cutthroat. Like the one time I didn't stay up all night to work on a video, someone else did. And like that, when that happened, I was like, that's never happening again. I don't care what it takes. I will beat you. And like, that's
interesting.
It's what grew my YouTube following in the initial days. Yeah. Like I was a lot more cutthroat, but like I was kind of doing it for the wrong reason. I was still enjoying making the videos, but like it was really just about, I knew these would be view finding videos. And that was like the most important aspect of what I did back then.
Yeah.
Of like, like even the VideoTube video, right? Which I had a blast making. I think you could kind of tell I had a lot of fun making it if you watch it.
I did, because that's what made it's the program I used.
But like, even though I had a ton of fun with that, the primary reason why I made that video is like, this is a massively underserved niche, and this program is really good for it. So I busted that video out, and I heard some other YouTube content creators mentioning it. VTuber Senpai won't ever let me forget that, even though we're friends now. But I was already planning on making a video about it, and then I heard him mention it on a stream, and I'm like, okay, I got to make the video before he does. Like that was my only thought. I left the stream, immediately sat down, cranked it out in like 4 hours.
Dang.
Posted it that night, kind of a deal. Like because I heard someone else might be trying to be first. Like that's how bad I was back then. And I mean, like it works, but the problem for me is if that's your primary motivation for creating, you will reach the bottom of your motivation eventually. It might take a while, but like you finally hit that level where like your reason for making things has to be because you really enjoy it, because no one can make content for views for forever. Yeah. And like once that energy is just completely running out of the tank, there's no like you're not restocking it. Like it's probably okay for me to share this. I mean, he posted about it on Twitter today, so I think I can mention it. But like, well, I'll keep the name vague anyways. But there's a person that I really respect in content creation that just quit. Like they've this weekend decided that it's not worth it for them anymore. And like, because, and they had like 1,000 viewers at times, like 2,000 viewers sometimes. Like they could have been making it a full-time job type of a thing. But they had that same realization of like, this isn't actually what they're not making content in the way that they want to or need to be able to do it long term. So they had to stop because it finally just drained them of that creativity well. And like that's where I feel like you eventually reach if you're doing that, you know, super big grind set of like, this is just for the views. But then when I swapped over to doing lore stuff, every new video was like, it changed from like, I need to make this for views of like, I have a list of like 30 videos I want to make. Like it's a subtle change, but
it's important.
When you have a backlist of ideas that you're just wanting to make, and the only reason why you can't is because of time. Like that's when you're at your best. Yeah, I think that is the best mindset to be in, because the only thing stopping you is literally time. Whereas the other ones, if it's just like, you know, you're gonna get views because you post this now. I'm not saying that those are always bad. Because, you know, if you think that something's going to be a banger view video, you know, do it. Why not? Right. But like that should never be your sole motivation unless you're freaking Mr. Beast. Yeah. He's just, but even Mr. Beast, I think that's like his whole thing is like, he wants each video to.
Mr. Beast's passion is the views.
Yeah. His passion is the grind. Right.
Yeah. I think he just like dominating that algorithm, improving that he can, and like finessing it to like he's almost like an artist, you know, that is just really determined to be the best at their art than anything else.
Yeah.
For me, I think I'm kind of almost the opposite, weirdly enough. Like, because I've had things happen. I've had because as a sort of quote unquote news VTuber, when something happens, there is that immediate reaction I have of, if I make a video about this right now, when nobody else has done it, it will get views. And there are content creators that do it. Rev does it. Hero Hey does it. Kyo tends to do it a lot. False does it occasionally. And they get views because, of course, they do. When Hugo graduated, Kyo and False both put out a video about it. I think False's ended up getting like double his normal views. It works when you put out a video that is topical, and when people search it on YouTube and you're the first video that comes up, it does work. But for me, I don't know, there's just, I can't really explain it. There's just a part of me that's like, I don't want that to be my channel. I don't want to be the channel that is constantly like waiting for something to happen and then jumping on it. No, there's nothing wrong with it. Those channels need to exist. There's a reason breaking news is a thing. But I much rather waiting until the entire story comes out and then, you know, talking about it and at the end of the week. So the only one thing that I have kind of been debating doing is, because I know since again Nosagi kind of left the community a little bit a while ago, there is, I think, a bit of a gap in terms of long form videos talking about a situation as a whole, like going over the entire situation, summarizing it, and then like talking about it as it, as it happened. So that is something I've considered doing because I think that would be fun to do, but I don't necessarily want to be someone that's constantly I just think that'd be very tiring,
Yeah.
I think if you're constantly waiting for stuff to happen and then immediately, as soon as it happens, you jump on your computer and you're making a video to be the first person to make a video about it, I think that would just kill your motivation.
So I've kind of found a happy in between of doing both because I do kind of love the grind. Like there's a portion of me. I mean, I feel like on some level to be a content creator, there has to be some wire crossed in your brain where you really like seeing the number go up. That is,
oh yeah,
every content creator chases that high on some level.
Yeah.
And so like I've kind of made a happy medium for me where like, yeah, I will immediately jump on any new debuts. Like, I stayed up for basically 3 days straight, to pump out all 6 new Niji talents like the week they came out.
I did see that.
I've been a little lax on Tempest. Don't judge me, but but then like as soon as that's over, I still have a giant catalog of stuff that's like, all right, now these are all the for me videos. I get to make all these. I'll do the things topical that I still enjoyed doing, but like it's a much healthier balance than where I was. But like, if you're really into that grind set, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. It's just,
I mean, yeah, there is definitely a part in every content creator's brain that is like, oh, it's the cookie clicker mindset, the numbers going up.
Yep, the numbers going up.
And I do think, I mean, it is kind of dangerous as well as a content creator because you start kind of tying your self-worth a little bit, at least as a content creator, into that number. And when you see it go down, that hurts. And it's kind of it's a dangerous mentality to get into. And I think it's why so many burn out so quick, is because when you're in that, it's kind of similar to the people in school that sort of tied their entire self-worth into their grades. I don't know if you
I know like those people. Is as soon as there's nothing left to be graded, it's like, well, what do I do now?
Yeah, well, there are people that when they're doing well on tests, they're high, they're great, they're feeling great about themselves. But the moment that they get a low score, the moment they run out of things to be graded, it plummets. And I think it's sort of why, if you're going into like an academic field, you shouldn't go into it because you like getting high grades. You should go into it because you enjoy the field. It's kind of a similar thing in content creation. Yes, you enjoy seeing the number go up. Everybody does. It's like a thing of content creation. Getting high numbers just feels good because it's like a reward for your work. But behind that, there should be a genuine sort of, I enjoy, it may not be I enjoy making videos. It may just be I enjoy making people laugh. It may be I enjoy like helping people find information. Whatever it is, it has to be something tied to the content instead of tied to the numbers. Because if it's tied to the numbers, you're gonna eventually hit a slump, and that's gonna destroy your mental.
Yeah. I think the place where I really accepted that was, ironically, when we talked about Buff Pup a little earlier, but she was actually one of the first. She was pretty early on in like the batch of videos I made, and like in the grand scheme of things, she's not like a super giant name, or at least back then she wasn't. Like she's bigger now, but like recognizing that like I was making this video just because I wanted to. Like it was still, the same style, like still number chasing, but like even though it did relatively terrible compared to like all the others that I did, it was still like I was happy I made it, And that's I think that's ultimately when you're in your best form as a content creator, is when you can always be disappointed that something didn't do as well as you wanted. I'm not going to say that you're wrong for being disappointed, but when you're still happy that you made the video, even if it does underperform, that's when I think you've found what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Because you can always be disappointed, but as long as you're not regretting it, then you're fine.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to just make a video for you.
Yeah,
make a video
like your
for
sword video.
yeah. I like swords. I like shit posting. I like making memes. I like taking nothing seriously, and I put that all together to make a tiny video where I just rant about swords for like 3 minutes, and that is some of the most fun I've ever had recording a video. You should. I've honestly debated like for like a members only thing, like because obviously you edit down. I don't know how you record your videos, but for me, like I just record it all in one take, and then I edit out the bits I mess up in. So I just have one big long audio file that has everything for like 10 minutes straight. So that video in the full 10 minutes, there is so much just time of me just giggling to myself on audio. And I've debated making it like a membership thing where I just release the full audio track to people. So I don't know. Because it's kind of funny. It's like I'll do like one take of like the person like Zen that I'm talking about, and then it's just like 30 seconds of me just laughing.
See, if I did that, my YouTube members would hear me being very unsafe, so at me screwing up lines, like, because
I do that with
I
do that with the news.
I don't. The recording process is like the least fun part to me, next to the actual editing process. The idea phase is where I'm like, yes.
Yeah, everyone loves the idea phase. It's where your creativity gets to shine, and you get to be like, oh, and I can do this, and I can do this, and I can do this. And idea you is like, yeah, and then editing you gets to the plan and is like, hello,
yeah,
what maniac came up with this?
It was it. The other moment where I'm in my prime is when I'm doing stupid animations. Like there are some bits. I still think to my day, I'm going to ask you what your favorite bit you've done in a video is after this. So be thinking about this. Because mine, I made in Vebe's lore video that I did. And I was trying to think of how the hell do I show an epic fight scene in 2 seconds with no assets between Vebe, Haruka, and Nyanners. Because that's a thing that happened in lore. And I'm like, what on earth can I use to represent this little thing? And then the idea popped into my head of Haruka and Vebe dunking Nyanners like a basketball through a hoop. And that one little bit, to this day, every time I even think of it, is so funny to me. That's my single best bit I think I've put into any video. It makes me so happy. And it's like 1 second long. It's barely in the video. I was so proud of that.
You gotta love the bits that you come up with, even if they're like barely in the video. You know they're there, and you like them.
You know they're there.
My favorite bit, I have a few. The entire "I'm sorry, Numi" video was kind of fun to make. So after like Numi saw my initial indie VTuber experience where I kind of dunk on her, she kind of had this. She was obviously like mock outraged at me, so I made like a 2-minute apology video where I basically just really sarcastically pretend to apologize to her, and I just enjoyed making it. It was it's like not edited at all. It's just me laughing. It's great, but there's also the one. A lot of it is Numi stuff. It's weird. There's one. My thumbnail.
Is it
this
weird?
Isn't underappreciated.
Is it really that weird? We know you. This is a safe place. Not really.
I guess I can drop the at considering I'm not on my channel.
True. We'll only slightly bully you here and then immediately post the clip to Twitter so that all your chat can bully you. I mean, well, what?
It's fine. Yeah, don't out yourself already. You have to wait so that the VTuber isn't expecting it. Gotta take them by surprise.
It's more fun if you know what's coming.
But there was the thumbnail I made for the farming Numi for content video I made was her holding Rainho in a farm. And I think that is maybe the most high IQ joke I've ever made, because it's Rainho acting as a hoe in a farm. And I thought up of it and I was like, that's hilarious. And then I did it. You know when you make a dumb joke and to you, even to you, it's not that funny, but that kind of makes it more funny.
It's
like,
the best.
That's such a dumb joke, and it's just funny because it's so dumb. I have a lot of those. Most of my jokes are dumb.
It reminds me of like, okay, so this is a funny. Have you ever just made like your thumbnail, like you just said, and it's just like it's the dumbest possible thing that you can think of, and it's like the best.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, it's just so my highest click-through stream ever, literally ever. All I put on the thumbnail was someone posted a fan art pic of a piece of bread with my face on it. That's it. I just straight up yoinked it and slapped it on a stream, and it's like, this is the highest click-through rate stream we've ever had. And YouTube emails you like, you should do more streams like this. And I'm like,
more bread.
It's literally just Loaf Cat. That's all it is. It's no clever title or anything. It's just Loaf Cat. Like, God damn it.
Dumb thumbnails are the best thumbnails. You're not really YouTubing if you're not making really dumb thumbnails occasionally.
I think my other favorite bit that I've done.
Some of the fun ones. Wait.
So go ahead. You go first.
Oh god, we're being Canadians. I made one for Shu for the Niji Sanji experience, which was his hair on, the nerd emoji, the like glasses one, the actually one. That was fun to make in Photoshop. 10 out of 10 experience. Just the dumbest stuff. I've got one of Pippa sniffing feet. That's up there as well. I got one of Selen's neck being really long and Nina like holding onto it and peeking out the side. It's
dumb stuff like that that's best. I managed to freak out my chat last week when so the title of the stream is a completely normal stream and it's my loading screen but inverted. That's all it is. And that got like, there were so many people in pre-stream be like, what the hell is going on? And I'm just like, what are you talking about, guys? It's a completely normal stream. It was a very normal stream. But it's just like, I just had the dumb idea to just call it a normal stream. And people were like, what the hell's going on? What's the cat gonna do?
It's like whenever a HoloLive, I don't know if you've seen like the HoloLive memories when they make like a Japanese announcement tweet, but like, so it's an announcement tweet because it's formatted like one, but you don't speak the language. So you're like, oh my god, what is happening? Are they graduating? And then like you go to the translated tweet and it's like, I bought a rat today. It was really cool. And you're like, god damn it, Nenechi.
By the way, speaking of top tier thumbnails, I don't know if you watch Regis Altair, but this
I do occasionally.
Did you see his stream last night? It's just called Rock.
No.
Oh my god. It was, I don't think.
I can't believe you got to collab with Wayne Johnson.
Yeah, it was Snail Tear. The whole stream, it was a 40-minute stream, that's it. Was him playing super motivational music with him using a really crappy snail model and him climbing a rock with a speedrun timer in the bottom corner. Oh my god, it was the best. I died laughing. Jesus. It was so dumb. And like
dumb streams are the best streams. I know Zen did a grass growing simulator stream the other day. That was also kind of funny.
It's just every time I see one of these streams, it makes my unhinged streams just feel more normal, and I have a bad feeling that I'm getting more and more extravagant with those, because that's just,
it's an arms race.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna give an epilepsy warning for everyone who's about to see the unholy abomination of what I'm about to present to you, but we're talking like, whoops, that's the wrong one. Don't worry about it. Hold on, I have to remember where I put it. We're back. Oh, I can't just nest it. That's sad.
I got sent to the back rooms for a second.
Yep.
That's fine.
I mean, I could send you to the void if you prefer.
That's what. The numerous times I've muted myself on stream by mistake is what my chat calls the void.
I have a nested scene that's just the model and like all the audio and stuff, but it's just a black screen with my model sitting in the middle. That's and occasionally I accidentally swap to it when I'm like scrolling through scenes. So that is the void.
Oh,
highly recommend.
Breaking news! Apparently, I think Zen's getting a U2s.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
because I know that they were doing the like bartender outfit, right? Today, I think that's actually going on right now. But that was cool to see.
Oh god, people are posting at Fire Emblem. Trying to avoid spoilers for Fire Emblem is
it's definitely hard.
Although, to be honest, you don't really need to avoid spoilers considering
I mean,
plot is very, very predictable.
They kind of I'm not going to say anything about the opening of the game, but like
they definitely.
I don't think there has been a more in your face opening to a Fire Emblem game ever. They're just like, "Hey, you already know what this is. So let's just tell you what this is up front." And you're like,
yeah,
okay.
They basically spell it the whole. You can basically tell the entire plot by that opening. Oh, that's what we're doing today.
It's just like, on some level, I can respect that a lot because they just like, we already know that you know what's going on here. We're not gonna try and hide it. Well, now we can just play pretend like, oh my gosh, you don't know what's gonna happen. Oh my gosh, but you're like, no, we spoiled it in the first 5 minutes of the game. You're like, okay, I'm down to just play the game. That's cool.
Yeah, the gameplay is what you're here for. Gameplay
we know
and
why you're
here.
here.
Fire Emblem's a bit.
So I do think like the sheer number of attacks a character can make now is getting to ungodly levels.
It's so cool, bro. My main character in that has done attacks where they attack like 6 times. It's great.
Like we were at 2 and then we're at 4. Now we're up to 6. It's like, okay, is the next one just going to be the infinity combo?
Well, I mean, have you done the engage thing?
Yeah, I've played the first mission.
Yeah, well, his special attack is just.
It's like, oh, I just hit you 6 times.
Yeah,
I counterattack 3 times. Okay.
Yeah, kind of wild. They've made it very, very anime JoJo battle. Even with someone in my chat was like, they're basically just stands now. That's your special ability in this game. Is just
it literally is you're just activating your stand. It's beautiful. Oh gosh. Oh, Fire Emblem.
Good old Fire Emblem.
Man,
I've been playing through Awakening as well.
I loved Awakening.
I'm actually playing it for the first time. I played through it a little bit before, and then I got sucked into Fates, so I'm going back and replaying it.
Fates was good too. There's not really that many Fire Emblem games if you're into that genre, at least.
Yeah.
If you're not into the genre, then
what side did you pick in Fates? Expose yourself. What route?
What? Oh gosh. Brain is short-circuiting names. I've played so much Three Houses that like
it just overwrites everything.
It's overridden everything because I've played every single route in Three Houses.
Yeah, I got like halfway through a Blue Lions one, and then like the monastery grind is just like so tough. You get so tired after your first playthrough trying to do the monastery stuff again. You're just like, ugh.
That was the only downside to Three Houses was like the second half of the game was spectacular as far as like pacing in all the routes, but the initial grind is just like you could do it without grinding, but you're just shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, the first playthrough I think is alright because you're everything's kind of new, but like, bruh. When you try and replay it, it's like trying to play Pokemon Sun. You're just like, dear God, I've already done all this grinding before. Please leave me alone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Half of my Twitter timeline is just thrown gifts. Do you have that as well?
I've cultivated my Twitter timeline pretty aggressively.
I guess that makes sense.
So now, because I don't really follow a whole lot of people anymore. Like I kind of purged a lot of my following just because
VTubers are the worst for filling up your timeline. Because they all retweet every piece of fan art that gets made of them. So your timeline just ends up being spams of like Nyanner's fan art, which is fine to look at, but if you're actually trying to get like the news or whatever, it's a bit rough.
See, I honestly didn't use a lot of Twitter until fairly recently because I've never really had a following on Twitter until like the last 3-4 months, where I all of a sudden had a Twitter following. We're not quite sure how that one happened, but
yeah,
I was just Twitter like, oh, I have 300 followers. Now I have 2,000. There, something happened. I'm not sure what, but something happened.
Oh God, I think someone I have alerts enabled for some people. I had it for Bao at one point, and then she blew up my phone by retweeting like 100 pieces of fan art at once, and I was like, that's a bad idea for my phone's health.
Yeah, it's why I can't have Foxy Joel's notifications on, because he will retweet everything.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you're into that stuff, you're into that stuff. But I would like my feed to not just have hundreds of specific fan art, we'll put it that way.
Oh yeah, I followed Cottontail on Twitter.
Oh,
dear God, the sheer amount of just absolute down horrendous content on there now is wild. I'm not unfollowing her. I'm not saying I disagree, but dang, it is now my entire timeline sometimes.
Yeah. If you're not careful, that you're let's just say being a VTuber, you never open up your Twitter in public.
Oh my God, I almost did it I've done it on stream a few times where like I've been on my news streams where I've been like, here's a tweet where someone said this thing, and then I scroll just like out of instinct because like that's what you do on Twitter, and then I've seen and I'm being like, why am I scrolling on public?
No. You don't scroll Twitter on public, man. Not VTuber Twitter.
Yeah, no, VTuber Twitter is a different breed.
There's a reason why I have my own personal Twitter account that I don't actually do anything with, because I don't follow VTubers on it, but like it's the default account on my phone. So if I accidentally open up Twitter, I'm not gonna flashbang, you know, whoever happens to be nearby. Because I've had that happen at a family gathering once, and I didn't feel like explaining it then, and I don't feel like explaining it now.
Valid.
I was just like, oh gosh. VTuber Twitter's so dangerous.
Oh, it is. It does. It's a different game altogether.
Oh gosh. But all right, let me see if there's let's open up questions to anyone who is here, you know, now that we've gone on another hour-and-a-half long tangent again.
Oh yeah. As is expected at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is.
It wouldn't be off the rails if we stayed on the rails.
Well, like I said, there were never any rails to begin with.
Yeah, sure. The rails were fake news. Okay, you were going to show me how the whole Q&A thing worked, because I've never heard of it.
So yeah, if you look at the YouTube chat right now, you should see that there's a new Q&A button at the very top. So for anyone in chat, if you want to ask questions, now's your chance. But you can type in whatever you want, question-wise, and then I can highlight. Okay, penumbral.
Well, I'm a member of the public. I can ask my own questions.
Okay, that's fair. You can ask your own questions. But what I can do is I can select your question, and now it highlights it.
That's a valid question.
See,
who is this boat?
It even displays your name. So I can name and shame people who ask the question. Like, who is this bozo? Who is this penumbral guy?
Why'd you invite him on your stream? Jesus.
I know, right? Why do I invite someone who I talk to on Discord onto my stream? What am I? Like, I should.
Must have fell in some hard times.
I know.
You're collabing with this bozo.
Oh gosh, this is what I get for opening myself up to having people on my stream. I was devout for like 2 years of not getting people on my stream. No one was allowed on here.
It's exclusive.
Then I was like, all right, well, I guess I can have people on here.
I've debated like asking, because I do news streams, and I've debated like asking people like, hey, you debuted this week. Do you want to come talk about it? And then my inner me is like, don't do that. What are you? Weird? What's wrong with you? But then I see like Kyo asks Lope, like Kyo got like a Q&A thing with Lope going, and I'm like, what, did you just ask?
Probably.
You do that? You just ask people to collab? What is this? This is magic. In saying that, I'm still not going to reach out to
I
people.
do think that if you just ask usually people. Okay, so here's my thing about asking for collabs where you're framing people in a good light, like kind of like our talk show here where you're like the star of the show, right? Is people like,
wait, I am?
Well, I mean,
oh God. You didn't tell me that.
Yes, you
I
are.
Thought it was,
now,
I thought it was the cameraman. Am I on screen?
Yeah, you know, we decided to film your reaction secretly, so you know this will be an expose on you.
Oh God, it's the return of prank era YouTube.
Yeah.
God.
But for the most part, like if you reach out to people with something that even remotely positively affects them, they're gonna say yes. Like, I'm not ashamed to admit that I've had people like, hey, I want to interview you and put you up on my channel. I'm like, sure. I like being interviewed. My ego could, use a boost right now. I'm not ashamed to admit it.
Oh God. I will one day work up the confidence to just ask people to collab, but today is not that day. Maybe once I get a model. It does feel weird just being a PNG. Everyone else has like 30 frames of motion. I have 4. I have 2 now. I've been downgraded.
It's true. You don't get to have all your fancy frames on here.
I don't get my extra 2 frames. That's double the frames, Raelz. It's like the difference between a console and a PC. Come on now.
Look, I like to feel superior to my guests, so I get to have 30 frames and you don't. I actually have 60 frames, so suck it. I have 30 times as many frames.
Can you spare some frames for a poor man, please?
No, never. Never.
This doesn't frame you in a good light, man. Come on.
All right. Here, let's go to an actual question from someone who's not a bozo. I mean, what? ZYC asks, what is your personal favorite VTuber or first VTuber that you were watching?
The first VTuber I watched was Kizuna Ai back in 2016, 2017, because I saw her clip of her swearing in Resident Evil, which was like a viral video in the anime community.
The classic clip, for sure.
Yeah. So I saw that, and then I watched some more of her content, although she wasn't really a streamer. The first streamer VTuber I watched. Oh God, that is a hard question. It was definitely, I think it might have been Gura, because Myth is really what dragged me into the actual like VTuber streaming scene. So when Myth debuted their like English talent, that was what kind of dragged me across.
I heard a very different word.
What did I say?
You said Myth is what dragged me into the VTuber world. That's not what I heard.
Yeah,
I was like, whoa.
Honestly, both of those kind of work. Let's be honest.
I was like, what? What?
Look, sometimes you gotta have just a little extra to deal with all these anime girls, okay? Don't judge me, man. But no, I think it was Gura. I think honestly I watched most of Myth when they debuted. You heard Math. The Scottish accent does not work well with the letter E or A. When I say or I, vowels in general, people get confused. Okay, I'm gonna test something. I want you to see if you can tell the difference, right? Can you tell what VTubers I'm talking about when I say these, right? Crony and crony. Does that sound any different to you?
Oh, that hurts. I genuinely can't tell the difference.
Yeah, it's a problem.
I think the first one is the HoloLive VTuber though.
They're both HoloLive VTubers.
Well, I mean, first one is Oro Crony, Warden of Time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, I can't remember the order I said them in there. Because okay, so crony from
Oh my god! Oh, Corona! Oh my!
Yeah, but with my accent, I say it crony, and then with crony from Hollow Council, I say crony.
I would never.
So I say them. I say it's crony and crony, and everyone is like, "What are you talking about?" I've had people on my tier list who like listen to audio only be like, "Wait, you're putting crony in this tier? What do you mean?" And I'm like, "No, that's crony. It's not crony." And they're like, "What?"
Oh my gosh, I would never have guessed that. I genuinely wouldn't have guessed that. Wow,
it's a good old Scottish debuff. But as far as my personal favorite VTuber, I mean,
we all know who it is.
Yeah, is that really a question? My chat has been trying to get me to admit to that for like a solid ever since I really like started streaming, honestly. I think I've done it a few times, but I don't know if anyone's ever clipped it. So today is not that day.
You wouldn't even share with us?
Share it with the class.
I'm hurt that you wouldn't share it with me.
I mean, we could play Guess Who.
I mean, we all know it's Numi, but
is she a bottom? Half of the VTubers go down. Easiest game of Guess Who you've ever played. That'd honestly be a fun stream idea, actually. I might look into that. Playing like Guess Who with VTubers. Not like with VTubers, but like VTubers.
That would be pretty fun. I do want to do a lore game show one of these days, because I think it would be really funny just from like the sheer perspective of people not knowing things.
Yeah.
Be like,
which one of these VTubers destroyed the universe?
Yeah. Make it like a multiple choice thing though. Like, this VTuber in their debut listed their birthday wrong, and it's like a list of 3 like well-known VTubers, and they'd be like, "Wait, who got their birthday wrong?" Right?
All of them probably. Which one of these doesn't know how to cook rice? All of them.
All of Niji-sanji? I mean, wait, what?
VTubers and cooking, man. Something went wrong with their brains. There's something. The part of the brain that makes you likely to become a VTuber is the same part of the brain that in normal people allows you to cook rice. That's my theory.
Apparently. who would my? I know the first, because like the first one I saw was obviously Kazuna. That's like a lot of people's first.
Yeah.
But like I got reinvigorated in like my interest in VTubing.
Mm-hmm.
And that was when like Hollow Myth debuted, but I didn't actually watch hardly any of them, because the VTuber I paid the most attention to was also one of the YouTubers I paid the most attention to, and that was Nyanners.
That's fair. Yeah, I think I saw some Nyanners clips like way back before VShojo was even a thing.
And then
again, kind of in that anime sphere.
I watched a lot of Selene.
Oh, really?
Because Selene, because of her stupid laugh.
Hey, don't dunk on our dragon girl.
Look, I mean that in the best way. Her laugh is like infectious. You can't hear it and not just smile.
It is a very funny laugh.
But like, as of who I watch the most now, I can't say their name, because every time I say their name, they're like, "Hey, I'm here in chat."
Scarla?
Probably. Look, you have your person you can't say. I have mine. Gentleman's agreement.
Yeah, all right, fair. Shake on it.
But
Bonder Brothers.
It's just kind of funny because I just vibe with people. The new waves of Niji, I just super vibe with these days. I don't know why. General, like, because I like a lot of the old Niji-sanji members as well, obviously. But like,
Yeah.
there's just something that hits different about like a Luna specifically as a wave.
Yeah.
It's just
Well,
like
Kyo is the only Niji member to ever like pop up in my stream, and literally he popped in and said, "I'm Seiso Pog," and then never spoke again. I was like,
Kyo popped up in my stream when I was cosplaying him, so mine was a little bit more
valid.
Because I have a whole clip dedicated to it. I don't know. Aluna's just Aluna is like so different from like the regular VTube content. And that's why I vibe with him so hard, is because
I've always thought that Niji in general is just a lot more of like a chill, like kind of wild environment where it just feels like a bunch of like best friends got together and we're like, hey, let's do dumb shit.
Yeah.
You know?
But
so, I also vibe with the I didn't actually find Niji. I didn't start really like they weren't on my radar until oh god, I think it must have been Luxium. I think when Luxium debuted, I was like, oh, male VTubers in my fandom, unacceptable. And then I watched them and I was like, oh, I'm in love.
Yeah. Luxium did a lot of good for the male VTubing sphere, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They were a very welcome addition, followed immediately by Noctix, who did very well as well.
Niji in general, I mean, I think Hololive definitely opened the door for like English speaking VTubing. Like they definitely like Holomyth opened the floodgates, but I think Niji, like Luxium, definitely opened up like male VTubing for the Western sort of demographic.
I do have to say though, I absolutely love the vibe that Hollow Tempest has going right now, dude. Oh my god, they're so good. I was a little worried that they were not gonna like catch on, but like they're just so they are the ultimate bro gamer vibe.
Yeah.
They're so good.
They have such good chemistry, like as an entire unit. It's just I think that's really what you need as like a generation of VTubers. You need everyone to sort of vibe together.
Yeah.
And they have that in spades. So
I'm also biased towards Tempest because they're building an actual cohesive world lore that goes way deeper than it has any right doing.
Yeah. How does the pilot fit into that one? That's what I want to know.
Okay, look, we don't talk about him yet because he's
because everyone I've spoken to has said he's an artificer, and I'm like, bro, I've never been in a D&D session where the artificer started dropping bombs on people. But
yeah,
he honestly, I loved his debut was so cool with like the scenes that he could like move and aim in. I thought that was really cool. It's probably one of my favorite Hololive debuts, actually.
No, his debut was crazy. Like, I think that's probably the most impressive, like, single debut from like a major talent agency.
Yeah,
because like, it was the voice acting, the visuals, everything about it was just awesome.
Yeah, it's just, and I think the relay style of having like 30 minutes, or it was 30 minutes or an hour.
It was about 45 each.
Yeah, where they just go one after the other. It means that you don't have that thing where like Myth had, where Gura debuted to like what was it? It was like 100,000 people or something. It was, I can't remember what the number was. It was ridiculous. And then the other goes obviously still debut to ludicrous numbers, but less. I've noticed that with the relay style of debuting, you get a lot more consistent viewership from stream to stream, so that everyone kind of starts on the same level.
Especially since they can raid into each other now.
Yeah, that's also true.
I've actually heard a lot of criticisms about the like how it's so short that you don't get to know the streamer, but that's the point.
Yeah,
they're just trying to introduce the streamer to you, and then let you pick which one you actually want to know more about.
Yeah, I made a tweet about that as well. I was like, what are your guys' thoughts on the sort of relay style debuts? And the general consensus was, I think the streams are definitely too small to get an actual feel for the streamer, but it does, it gets that first stream sort of jitters out the way by having a very scripted first stream. You sort of get the nerves gone. It means that you have a lot more consistent viewership across every streamer, and it makes the entire generation feel like a generation. So you associate them with each other, which leads very well into like collabs and stuff like that. So it is good, but you do need that, debut 2.0 that most of them do, where they do like a second debut stream where they actually like are streaming normally.
I find it interesting that Hololive doesn't do that.
They did it. Wait, they did it for Tempest.
No, they didn't.
Oh, you mean like? Yeah, they did.
They did. So the first stream was their debut, and the next one was immediately a game stream.
Oh, you mean the 2.0? Okay, I thought you meant the relay.
No, they do the relay, but like they don't do the 2.0, which I think is interesting because I think
the 2.0 is a good call, honestly.
I do think it's a good. I think the real thing that it comes down to is like, it's been mentioned that Hololive doesn't let their streamers stream for more than an hour for their first month per stream.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, that checks out to me. I'm okay with that decision. Like, because even the just chatting streams that are only an hour, it like forces you to be very concise with your time. And a lot of these people that they've hired definitely have the experience to go for a lot longer, like a lot longer. But by forcing them to keep it concise, it lets them, ease into things, which I think is actually a problem that Niji-Sanji has. Because I will say the one thing that a primary difference between the two, I want to use the word work culture or streaming culture, is that Niji-Sanji's like you gotta go hamness with their streams is a little worrying. Like, I'm not gonna call it anyone in particular, Scarla, but like some of them are doing like 9-10 streams a freaking week.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
and you see VTubers and they're like, oh, I've got a headache, I'm throwing up, I'm feeling tired, I haven't slept. So I'm gonna have a tour nap. Yeah, I'm gonna have a tour nap and then I'll have the stream. Sorry for the delay. And it's like, bro, go to bed, have a paracetamol, sleep in. What are you doing?
Well, like I do think that's it makes me a little worried about the Niji-Sanji members themselves, because I know personally that's one of the things that has actually kicked down my thoughts about applying to them is like I can't do that. Like, not only can I not do that, even if I like had the option to make this my full-time job, like right now, I wouldn't want to do that. Like, it's just, I could work all 8 days on videos and like do, I could stream every day for a couple hours and that'd be fine. Like 5-6 times a week, probably. Yeah. But like, for the sheer magnitude that some of these people stream at, it's like, I don't actually know what you do outside of just streaming. And that's not okay for me.
I think for me, I can do longer streams, assuming I'm into it and playing Fire Emblem, but I would struggle to stream every day just because for me, if I have a stream at the end of the day, it kind of kills my productivity, I find, for the rest of the day, because I am one of those people that, like, if I have something I need to go out to at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the day is basically gone. Because the entire lead up to 3 o'clock, I'm like, oh, I've got to start getting ready at 2, and then I should probably think about getting ready at 1:30. So the entire day just goes away because I have that in my head. I do my best work when I have a completely like free day, or if I get home from work. No, I don't go out to work, but if I stop work and then I just have the night to work. But if there's something there that I have to do, like a stream, it kills my productivity. So,
see, for me, it's all about when the stream occurs in the day, because like I'm a morning streamer. That's when I prefer to stream. Like,
I don't know how you do that.
If streaming was the first thing I did each day, it would be nothing to me. Because while I love streaming takes just so much energy out of me. Like way more than I feel like it should. And
It is a weird drain, isn't it? Like,
because like I'm super energetic during the stream, but I like even right now I've already streamed like an hour longer than I usually do. But like I can tell the moment this stream shuts off, I'm just gonna get sucker punched with a wave of fatigue. Like, because I'm super into the stream right now, which is why I'm still super energetic. I'm having a great time. But I just know that the second the stream is over,
you're gonna go. You're gonna go to sleep.
It's nap time for the cat. Like that's just what happens. Yeah. So, but like if that's the setup where every day you're doing your early morning stream and then you take a little nap and then you go do the rest of the work, that's a completely fine schedule for me. I am 100% okay with that. But even then, like I like each stream to have at least something memorable during it, which I feel like is lost when you're streaming every day, right? Because like there's no one, not even Ludwig, right, who was like kind of the king of having unique stream ideas every day.
Yeah,
like even he phoned it in a lot of the time.
Yeah,
with TikTok time and
he has a lot of streams where he just reacts to stuff,
So, but like I never wanted to do streams like that because just me as a creator, I am not capable of forcing myself through a facade of something I don't at least have partial interest in. Right? Like that's why I'm when I'm done with a stream, or like a topic for a stream, the stream is done. Like I'm not going to try and extend it forcefully past it, but like, that's why sometimes my streams are like an hour and 20 minutes instead of the usual 2 hours, is because like, I'm just done talking about the thing that the whole point of the stream was about.
Yeah.
So
I think for me, it's definitely a mindset thing. Like if I know I'm streaming on Twitch and I'm just playing a game and I'm chilling, it takes a lot less energy out of me because I'm just vibing. I'm not a super like high energy streamer. I don't make a lot of noise or anything. I'm very mellow. I say some weird like stuff pretty regularly, but I tend to be very kind of down here. But if I'm doing like a tier list where I'm like trying to present things and I'm jumping back and forth between chat and like interaction, and there's more people there, and then I go on Twitter and I post it, and then I'm responding to people on Twitter as well. There's a weird drain to streaming like that definitely does. Like when you come out of it, you're like, God, I feel like I've been hit in the face.
It really does.
You don't think it before you start streaming. I think everyone falls into that weird sort of train of thought where you're like, oh, it's just streaming, it can't be that hard, you're just talking. But like there is a weird, I don't know what it is, because you're not doing anything necessarily draining, but there is some, I guess it's just because you're constantly mentally engaged. Like the difference between streaming a game like say Fire Emblem or what by yourself, where you're just sort of lying back on your bed and you're just like zoned out kind of and actively trying to be entertaining during it. I think there's just like a mental drain on you that only hits you when you finish and you're like, God, I am tired.
Yeah. It's a satisfying type of tired, but you still are very tired.
Yeah.
I don't know. Streaming is just an interesting thing because I know that if I was able to make this my full-time job, I would definitely be streaming more.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But like, I don't ever think I would be hitting the insane, like 6 streams a week type of a thing.
I don't know that I'd ever do a subathon where you stream every day and you just don't do anything else ever.
Yeah. That sounds miserable to me. Like actually miserable.
You get up, you go to your PC, you start streaming, you get off, you go to sleep, you wake up, you go to your PC, you start streaming for like, I think who was it that just finished their subathon? Truck-chan, I think just finished. I think it was like 20 days. 20 days of just streaming all the time. I commend her for it. It takes a mental fortitude, but like dying, I would be dead. You would never hear from me again. I'd be in hibernation.
That would be like the way I would end my content career, is like, I'm going to do a subathon and then nothing else ever again.
the ultimate uncapped subathon. Once the timer runs down, I am ending my content creation career.
That would, I might have to keep that in the back pocket. That actually sounds like a banger way to end like your streaming career. Like,
it does sound like if your audience is too big though, you may just get stuck streaming until the end of time.
That would be really funny though. Like, let's say you get hired for like Niji Sanji or Hololive, right? And you need to graduate. Because usually you have like a couple months before you have to close things down.
What if you don't graduate in time? The timer never runs down. So you're like, hey, Niji Sanji, I've made about $150,000 and my chat isn't letting me leave. Can I stream twice at the same place?
That would be so funny.
It would be hilarious.
I'm gonna have to keep that in the back pocket for like
subtly begging your chat. You're like, hey, you know, joke's over. Can you let the timer run down? And they're just like, no.
That would be so funny though. I'm gonna have to keep that in the back pocket for if and when I ever quit streaming. Just be like, this is the final subathon. After this, the channel is gone. You pull on Unis Honest, right?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it's like a streaming version of Unis Honest. It's like, you should have done that, honestly.
That would have been so funny. Like, oh, that'd be such a banger way to end things. Is like, once the subathon is over, the channel's deleted.
I feel like Unis Honest could have done that for like a charity. It could have been a cool idea. Like, you have the timer, and every donation ups the timer.
They never would have let it end, though.
That is true. It would never have ended.
Like, for as cool as Unis Honest was, I can't imagine it actually was like super worth monetarily compared to like what they already do.
I don't know. They sold a lot of merch.
They did. Like, I know there was the story about Markiplier talking about like how they didn't just sell all the merch. They sold all of the merch.
They sold like all the hoodies in the country.
Yeah, every hoodie in the country, right? Which is a mind-boggling number, right? But like, I feel like
it does.
That
is like a weird thing.
Even with all that compared to like the amount of money they just normally make by making content, I don't think that would even compare.
I was gonna say that, like, surely it's why I get a kind of weirded out when I see people like, you know, JonTron or like the really top of the line content creators like doing Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships, because I'm like, surely once you get to the point where you have like multiple $1 million, surely you stop taking Raid sponsorships, right? Nobody plays Raid.
Have you seen a Raid sponsorship?
No. Is it big?
I've seen them. I've been offered one.
Dang.
For my Twitch channel, which I don't stream on, which pissed me off. But I tried to get them to sponsor the YouTube, but they're like, no, only Twitch. I'm like, why? Why? The YouTube's so much bigger. But whatever. But I now understand why.
Is it a ludicrous amount of money?
It's so much money for such little work. Like,
I guess
even for me as a tiny streamer on Twitch, because like I get maybe 15 people over there on the 1 in 4 times that I stream over there in a year. Like, even for them, it's ridiculous, dude.
Dang.
The money is so ridiculous.
I mean, I don't misunderstand why, like, someone like, you know, I know Lopi did one. I don't understand why like smaller, middle, even bigger content creators would do it, because, you know, more money is always better. But I feel like it's like when you see like celebrities appearing in ads, you know, when you see like Dwayne The Rock Johnson appearing in like, I don't know, a HelloFresh ad or something, and it's like, bro, you already have like $1 billion trillion. Why, like, this can't be what you're passionate about. Do you need more money?
But at that point, it's like, why not?
I guess so. I just
like, if you're already used to doing ad sponsorships, like, why wouldn't you just keep doing that?
I guess it is just. I guess it is basically free money.
Yeah,
just
it's like
printing money at that point. I don't know. I feel like
I don't know.
Integrity. I don't know. Like, if you're, it's one thing that's always, I guess, kind of bugged me about certain sponsorships. Again, I don't have a problem with people doing them, because you got to get that bag, and like, I don't think anyone has the right to judge how you pay your bills if you need to pay them. And if getting a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship does it for you, more power to you.
Yeah, as long as the sponsorship is not inherently scummy, you do you,
Yeah.
right? Like that's kind of my approach.
Yeah. However, at the end of the day, does like, because they make you say things like, I love Raid. I've been playing it all day this week. And if you join my clan, and it's like, I know you don't play this game because nobody plays this game. Nobody, no human person I've ever spoken to online or in person has ever said, you know what, a game I really love, Raid Shadow Legends.
I have tried playing Raid Shadow Legends. It is okay. As far as gacha games go, like it's okay. It's fun if you're into that style. But the problem is like they only need 1 out of 1,000 people to stay. That's really all they need.
That's true. Yeah, it's the Genshin model.
Yep.
We should probably read more questions, shouldn't we? We went off on another tangent.
Look, we're just really good at not looking at chat, okay?
It's a trained skill for any streamer. You just ignore chat. They're normally wrong anyway.
It is Raid Shadow Legends just a unique existence. So I have been offered crypto scams before, and those are. You think Raid pays well? Good lord.
Yeah.
I will never ever take one of those, but like, oh my gosh, what's 3 Ethereum as a payout is a lot of money, guys. I'm just gonna say that. Even if it's reduced form. Yeah, of course they pay you in crypto. Are you kidding me? You think they'd pay you in legitimate money? No shot. All right, here's actually a question that was a little bit related to what we were talking about earlier. Have you ever applied to an agency before?
Nope. I went through the application process just to see what it's like, but I've never actually finalized it.
Do you have any intention to do that?
I debated it with Hollow Stars. I've debated it with the Niji ones. I guess there's a few things that held me back. One was like, I'm not getting accepted, you know. And I know there's that whole motivational speech of like, shoot your shot, you never know. But like, I've seen the kind of talent that goes into Niji. I've seen the kind of talent that goes into Hololive. I don't have that, which is fine. The other one has always been, I don't know that I could fit well into that sort of environment. I'm a very independent kind of person. I really don't like being told what to do or what to say or what I can't say or can't do. And like, so the thing with like, you know, where the Vesper situation, a few, like, was it like a month ago? I can't even remember.
Almost 2 months ago now.
2 months ago. Oh, God damn. Time. Stop.
Early December.
Yeah, geez. God. But like that kind of situation would annoy me to no end. The fact that like someone is above you as a streamer and a content creator, the fact that you don't own the content you create really, and someone else can kind of decide to make you sort of graduate is it would rub me the wrong way. Not that there's anything inherently wrong with it. At the end of the day, you're just an employee, you're working a job, same as everyone else. But to me, I'm not entirely sure I could function like that.
Well, so here because I'm kind of in that same boat of like, I know what I want to do, but I was talking to someone last night and they gave a really good perspective about it that definitely makes sense. And it's the fact that there are a lot of people who thrive under having someone basically direct their content. Because like the person I was talking to mentioned that like for them having that extra structure is what they kind of need in content.
Oh yeah, I mean it's an entirely independent thing. That's why I said it's for me. Me personally, I never got on well with like teachers or bosses at work because there's a part of me that I just don't like being told what to do. It's a character flaw. It's something that's gotten me in trouble a lot in the past, but I just do not take well being told, hey, do this, hey, don't do that, or like getting in trouble for saying something. It's something that really rubs me the wrong way. But I also understand, because I am similar, where like if I had someone telling me, hey, you need to have a video out every week, right? You need to have a long form video released every week. You need to do 5 shorts a day, 5 shorts a week. I would do it because time, like deadlines, like I never missed a university assignment because deadlines are deadlines. And I think there's a mental thing of like, when you are self-motivated, you're more likely to like give yourself a little bit of leeway and lose track and then not release something. Whereas, yeah, having that structure, having someone be like, hey, do that, you need this done by tomorrow, by next week, would definitely make me probably a better content creator, honestly. But I'm not entirely sure how long I would be able to last without having a go at them. And that's, I think, what happened with Vesper is he ended up getting in a disagreement with management, and
yeah, they're because I will say I respect him for owning up to like that he made a mistake according to the culture of the workspace, which in this case was Hololive. But that is always something that I'm personally a little concerned about with like, because in the past, I was like every hopeful, right? Like, oh, I want to join them. I want to be a part of the big boys. But the more I've kind of done my own thing, the more confidence I gain in continuing to do my own thing, to the point of I'm still at the point where like I'll admit it, I don't know nearly everything about content creation, like not even close.
Oh yeah, no,
but
no one does. I don't think
I know a lot more than some people, and being told that the way I'm doing things is wrong when I am seeing progress. That's like a personal like hair trigger for me. Is like, just because you think it's wrong, but it's because I'm a very data driven individual. Like if I do something and the data shows that it's a good thing, I do more of that thing. Yeah. And if you were to interfere with that process, that's where I would have problems.
Yeah.
And because that's just me personally. So I do think that like either way, it's an incredible opportunity. And I've still been considering it.
Me too.
But
I mean,
because I don't. Let's be real. There's no one who doesn't consider it.
No, and I think if you put an email in my inbox right now that's like, "Hey, do you want to join Niji Sanji?" I'm accepting it. I think that's definitely, like I think I'd be dumb to turn it down. Just as an opportunity, even to grow this channel, like it doesn't do any harm,
Yeah.
But making the conscious decision of yes, I want to be a part is something that I have been debating it, and there's a part of me that wants to maybe do a stream. I mean, you kind of did it, your Niji Sanji tutorial one, but kind of wants to like go through and like just apply on stream and just not as like a tutorial because I have no idea what I'm talking about, but just as a stream idea. Especially because like there's a thing where it's like record 5 minutes of you streaming in character, and I'm like, I don't have a character. I have me. This is my character. It's Penumbral. I'm, sarcastic Scottish asshole. That's my character. It's just who I am. So, I don't know.
Yeah,
I might do it. I might do it for the memes. Pippa dared me to do it on Twitter, which is funny.
I mean,
when I talked about it.
Oops, just knocked over my water bottle. But I don't know. It's interesting. I've applied multiple times in the past to different places. I actually technically applied to Kawa as well.
Oh, really?
But
did you see Ducky's now writing for the Kawa News Drop weekly thing?
I
Ducky?
am not surprised by that development. I do know of Ducky.
Yeah. So that was kind of cool.
But I don't know. It's just interesting because
it is an interesting thing. I think it is. You're definitely making a trade-off of one is like if you're your own content creator, you're sort of like working from home. You're your own boss, and if you're working as a Hololive member or a Niji Sanji member, you do have to kind of come to terms with the fact that you are an employee at the end of the day. You are working for a company to produce a type of content, and you don't necessarily own the content you produce. And some people are fine with that, and there's nothing inherently wrong with it. But it is a personal thing.
For me, my only real issue is that knowing that I'm a pretty fickle individual when it comes to like making content and doing the same thing for a extended period of time. I like to change things up quite a bit. Like even my current lore obsession, which I am still absolutely loving, right? I am not opposed to the idea of shifting gears if like something else just really gets me excited, right?
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to make that jump. And that's like one of my biggest concerns with joining up with agencies is like you don't get to change direction. That's not a thing you get to do. Now, that might not be a problem for people because, you know, you can presumably leave Niji whenever you need to and, you know, things like that. But the big appeal to me for staying as an independent is I get to keep all my progress, both good and bad.
Yeah.
So if I jump ship to something, I am not just restarting. Like, I get to keep what I've already built.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
But on the flip side, I mean, by joining Niji and Hollow, it would definitely be I would start off at a much higher, you know, place than I'm right now.
Yeah, infinitely higher. And honestly, to me, that'd be kind of intimidating as well, because I know that there are people in the world that I won't get along with. Not because we hate each other or anything like that. It's just some people just don't vibe, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it works like that. I know everyone on the internet is always so primed to be like, you hate this person. It's like some people just don't have chemistry, and I feel like when you join an agency, especially as part of like your generation,
Part of your job is to have chemistry.
Yeah, and
or at least to act like it.
Yeah, and I, for one, I'm a terrible actor, and two, I'd be so nervous about like saying or doing or being myself because I'd be scared of like rubbing people the wrong way. And then if you're in an agency and you rub someone the wrong way that's in either your generation or in your branch, like that's a hard thing to deal with. And I just do not have the social skills to deal with that.
Yeah, it's definitely Gluefoot asks how long have we been going for 4 hours?
How have we been going for 4 hours?
Sometimes you just vibe on stream, okay?
It is. I think it's because we're both like really into the content creation and the community, so we have a lot of like ideas to bounce back and forth.
Yeah, man, agencies
got a lot of opinions.
So interesting because
they are interesting.
I'm traditionally very anti-agency, just because I think that, and I don't mean that from like I hate them, they're terrible. I just mean that like if you could make it in an agency, I firmly believe you could make it on your own. Right? Like, if you're good enough to be part of Hololive, you're probably good enough to do your own thing.
Yeah, but you would never be as big as you are. You won't. The number of indie VTubers that ever get as big as a Hololive VTuber can probably be counted on, two hands.
But that's just because it's still new. I just don't see how.
That is an interesting thing.
Because like I look at people like Shy Lily, like Shoto.
Yeah.
Like the big indies.
The big boys. Yeah.
They're like Shy Lily especially holds a special place in my heart for like someone who is just crushing it, right? Like
she's insane. Yeah.
Her and Shoto are the golden standards of indies. Like they're just so actually insane with their numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, they beat out most of Hololive. They don't beat out the the top echelon. Like they're not going to beat Pecora, but on any given day they will have more viewers than basically anyone in EN.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment.
And so I see them as like that's the potential, and they're still doing their thing. They're still going up. They're up and comers. But then I also look at people that the VTubing community does not want to willingly recognize as a VTuber, like Cookie Swirl.
Don't know that I'm familiar.
Yeah, so there's a fun one. Cookie Swirl C I think she still has Roblox, but she swapped to being a VTuber and she has 16 million subscribers. People don't like to acknowledge her as a VTuber, though.
She has 19 million subscribers now.
Oh, she has 19 million now?
Yeah.
But, like, they don't like to acknowledge her as a VTuber because she had her subscriber base and then became a VTuber. Honestly, I think that the mentality of VTubers haven't been this successful is a farce and is actively damaging. Because guess what? VTubers are just content creators. There's nothing special about being a VTuber at all. Get over yourself. Like that's genuinely how I feel about the VTubing community a lot of the time. Is like we're not anything special. In the grand scheme of things, we are not special. We use models. We have, it's just a different medium. That's all it is. And so like saying that like the limit of VTubers is, you know, X, Y, and Z of the VTubing industry, it's because they're just focused on the freaking industry. Like you can get so much bigger than literally everybody else and just also happen to be a VTuber. Like, you know, cookie
there is a statement of like VTubers tend to get lumped together into one community, right? Like you have the streaming community and then you have VTubers, and in some ways it can be good because VTubers have a very quick access to other VTubers in terms of collabs and growth and interactions on Twitter. There's an already existing community of content creators that you can very quickly and easily slip into just by being a VTuber. But there's also a very significant portion of people in the world who will never and do not and just refuse to interact with VTubers in any way. I get them in my comments, I get them in my shorts feed. They just, to them, it is, by being a VTuber, you are immediately, it doesn't matter what you do. You could be a Warhammer streamer, you could be a just chatting streamer, you could be a cooking streamer. It doesn't matter if you do something that they would probably actually like. The fact that you're a VTuber is enough for them to go, no, not for me. So there is certainly a thing of like the VTubing as a content creation is in its own way a sort of its own sort of bubble. But just like any bubble, you know, Ludwig was a Smash streamer and now he's one of the biggest streamers of all time. Just because you are part of a bubble doesn't mean you can't break out of it and become as big as you want. It's just a matter of luck and ability and grind.
Yeah.
But going back to the agency thing, I do think that having an agency, one of the reasons I think agency works is because you see this in every big like scene of content creators where like they get massive. You see it in like Vanos Gaming, you see it in like OTK, offline TV. When you have a group of content creators that all point to each other, that all interact with each other, that all sort of, you know, reference each other. You see that with Dream as well, with the Dream SMP. I don't want to bring up Dream to make everyone cringe, but when you have content creators all collabing, pointing to each other, bouncing audience members back and forth, the sheer amount of growth you can get is mind-boggling. And that's why I think Hololive works. So I think Niji works. And that's why I think you notice VShojo, every member of VShojo was doing well before they joined VShojo. They were doing well before VShojo formed. But the formation of VShojo punted a lot of them in terms of numbers.
Yeah.
Like it boosted them massively. And it's because by having content creators that point to each other and having this sort of bubble, this sort of little group where you have a core audience that constantly bounces back and forth, the numbers you can reach is nuts.
Yeah.
So I do think in that way agencies can trump indies, and I do think that's why agency VTubers are probably always going to outperform indies unless someone massive breaks the mold. But
I just think that a group of friends could do it just as well. It's just no one does that.
Yeah.
Because like
you could, and then
a perfect example of this to me is there's actually, okay, so I got caught in a friend group on YouTube that I haven't been able to escape yet. But they play a game called Zeepkist. It's a soapbox racer game. And every day, this is all their content is. This is literally all their content is for the week, they come up with a racetrack theme, and there's like 6 of them, and they each make a custom track, and all their videos are them showing off their track to their friends, and there's usually like, you know, secret exits and weird shenanigans, right? But the point is like the whole point of their 6 channels, or however many there are, I forget the exact number, is exactly what you described. Is Zeepkist. Most in production I've heard of that word. I know it's supposed to be, isn't it like Zapekist? I thought that was what the developer said. But
It looks like Zeepkist to me. That's
I
how
know, but I
pronounce
thought it was pronounced Zapekist.
Yeah, who knows?
But whatever. The point is that like they're that group. They're not like a formal group or anything. But they that's what they do is they show off the tracks to their friends and they say, hey, you should check out these person's tracks, links in the description type of thing. And so they've taken this hyper obscure soapbox game and they're all like 100K plus subscribers.
Yeah.
So like, I think you can definitely do it.
Yeah. I've always said that having a group that constantly points to each other, it works. And I guess then you get into the debate of what constitutes an agency. Because I think at formation, VShojo was really meant to just be that. They're meant to be just a group of people coming together under one name, not necessarily an agency like Hololive, but like their own thing. It's just over time they've kind of become that, you know, because of how big they are. But there are VTuber groups out there, I think, and I think it is one of the things. I think the key to success in any content creation scene is either you have to be mind-bogglingly ahead of everyone else in your niche, or you have to be a part of a group or a collab, or you have to be associated with people so that you can grow together. I think trying to grow by yourself, unless you have some amazing like top of the line ability, it's really, really hard.
I think that's what I personally struggle with most in content creation, because I don't like succeeding because of other people. I know that sounds so egotistical, but like it bothers me if I am not the reason why something worked. It genuinely bothers me, which isn't always a great team player dynamic.
Well, the thing is, though, with those group dynamics, you are part of the reason it succeeds. You're part of a greater whole. Like, for example, one of the reasons why, let's look at, like if you look at Uki and Fulgur, why their collabs work so well. It's not because Uki's amazing or Fulgur's amazing, even though they are. I'm not trying to throw shade, but their dynamic together is great. And that's why a lot of plays like it, if you look at like, Fitz and, him and like Swagger Souls and all those people, the reason they work is because the chemistry between them is so unique and interesting and entertaining. So each individual member is contributing to the success, and they're succeeding in ways that you couldn't really do as a unique person, because at the end of there are only so many different types of personality you can have, right? You can't be unique from everyone. You see this in VTubers all the time. You're going to cross over. It happens like there's so many times where people are like, you're just a clone of X, you're just a clone of Y. And it's not because they're like deliberately cloning them, it's just because there are only so many different types of people out there in the world, right?
There are people that are VTubers. There are so many different types that can be out there.
Yeah. So, but what can be unique is it's like a permutation problem, right? You might not be completely unique in yourself, but your chemistry with another person when you're both different can be.
True.
Your interaction with another human being who is different from you can be pretty unique in terms of streaming. There might be no other two people in the world that could have that same sort of vibe. So by collabing, you're kind of unlocking your own niche of this is our dynamic. We are the only people that are like this. And I think that's why collabs and those sort of friendship groups kick off so much, is because you have so many different relationships that are all so unique, that they're all entertaining in their own right.
For sure.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Now, it's definitely the most interesting part of being in an agency. I think that's one of the reasons though why I'm so hesitant to even like truly consider one, is because for me it just takes despite just being like, hey, Penumbra, you should come on the show. It generally takes me a very long time to warm up to people.
Yeah.
Because like one of my biggest character flaws is I just inherently don't trust people.
Oh, and let me get my psychiatrist degree out. Let's go.
But it's just because like it comes from like a place of like where I've never been like really screwed over, but there's been a lot of minor like backstabbing in my life.
Yeah.
And so like that just over time makes the desire to reach out a lot less.
Yeah, I mean, I have a similar thing. I think most people, most people that probably become VTubers are more, I guess, nerdy and are likely to have experience.
I'm just gonna say it. There's usually something wrong with people who want to become VTubers.
That's true. There's a lot of mental.
We all love each other, but like, there's usually something. There's something that went on in our life to lead us to this place.
Something a little sus, just a tad,
just a little.
But like for me, I guess my big thing is like I'm always worried that like the people I'm talking to don't like me as much as I like them, which I think would be my big, I guess, hang up on collabs, is that I'd always be constantly worrying, like, am I, annoying this person? Is this person not happy, like, that I'm here? That kind of thing. Because the last thing you want to do is collab with someone and it not go well. And then...
yeah, the last thing you want is your first collab to be your only one.
Yeah, and like... it being a very public thing of like you just publicly annoying this person and them getting visibly frustrated with you, that you don't want that. So I sort of have this sort of it's the constant like social anxiety situation of I could stress and worry and have this collab and go through this multiple times in my head, or I could just not and stay by myself. And I think even though you would probably be quite happy doing the collab and hanging out with other people, I think that you tend to take the easy option of I just won't worry about it and I won't do it, which is something
that's really what it boils down to. Is people don't want to, even if it's something you should do, if it's hard, like you don't yeah and I think chemistry does play into that. I think if you find 1, 2, 3 people that you really, really connect with, that like them, they know you're like actual friends, then collabing becomes a lot easier because you don't have that constant worry of, oh god, what if I'm saying the wrong thing, what if I'm doing the wrong thing, because you're just friends hanging out. But until you get there, when that fear of like them saying no goes away, because like if they say no, it's because they have something else that is going on, right?
Yeah,
it's not that, because we talked about that quite a bit earlier in the stream, but like the fear of like not knowing how they feel about you. If you got to the friend stage, there's a short list of people that I could be like, hey, do you want to hop on stream and we'll just shoot the shit for a little while? And like I could do that with those people. I couldn't do that with other people. Even if I like had a passing familiarity with you, like let's say a month after I met you, there's no way in hell I'm bringing you on. Like that's
exactly.
It just takes, well, like once you know someone, you're like, yeah, I'll invite them, and if they say no, then, or like they have something else, then they just have something else, and it's not a big deal. But
yeah, it's getting to that phase. It's getting to that point where you're familiar enough and comfortable enough with them that you can just kind of vibe, and it's not a big deal. Collabs. It's the point where collabs kind of stop being collabs and just start being like hangouts.
Yeah,
which you see with a lot of streamers, where it's like, it's no longer, hey, this is our big collab together. It's, oh yeah, this VTuber is joining.
It's like when they start listing their collabs on the schedules, but don't actually announce them. It's like, yeah, I'm just happen to be like Nyanners and Aethel, right? Like,
yeah,
there's like a 99% chance that both of them will appear on each other's streams at some point in time during the day.
Yeah, it's just because that's just how familiar they are.
It's just gonna happen. I mean, I know I've been accused of that, of crashing someone's stream. I was gonna crash Mary's stream yesterday, but I didn't think of my idea fast enough. I'm so mad at myself. He was doing an IRL stream, and I know the person who was running it, and so I was gonna have them. I was gonna Discord stream to their phone and bark at him from the convention on their phone. But I didn't think of it fast enough, and he ended stream too fast. But yeah, it's stuff like that, like where you lose that fear of just like, I can interact with these people, but
yeah,
it just takes a long time.
It does.
Long time to get there.
Yeah.
Speaking of long times, good God.
I was gonna make that exact joke. I was like, speaking of long times.
Holy
4.5 hours.
That's okay. You're officially the longest.
Let's go.
I mean, you beat out even Mary by an hour and 40 freaking minutes.
Yeah, I gotta take the dub somehow. I gotta win in something,
So,
even if it's just being
I
the most
would count
long-winded.
this as like a really good example of like when you do just have good chemistry with someone. Like,
Yeah, you just keep talking.
you just keep
You know, like,
going, and like the only thing that is going to make me stop is the fact that I have to be somewhere in like 35 minutes.
oh yeah, we're gonna have to. Yeah,
So I do have a hard cutoff time.
Yeah, it's
but
probably
like,
for the best, or we would just rant until one of us passed out, probably.
honestly, though, I think those kind of streams are the best, where you can just when you are just vibing. 'Cause that's my personal thing. Is like I hang out on Discord all the time with a group of friends. If I can do that and also just be streaming, that's like the best of both worlds, man.
Yeah.
It's like the best because you're just like
You're just vibing, but you're also making content. It's like
this is the type of stream that's like brain dead easy to me because you're just vibing.
Yeah, it's just, hey, I have an opinion. Here's my take, and then you're like, oh, I have a take, and we just bounce back and forth.
Exactly.
It is.
Exactly.
It's like it's because it's good because there's like no silence. The moment silence comes up, one of us is like, oh, I have an idea.
I did see someone earlier in the chats like, you guys should do a podcast. I'm like, yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Vtuber podcast time. We just rant about YouTube being a terrible platform every episode.
Have the beginning of every episode just be like, this is what YouTube did wrong this week. This week in YouTube news, but it's just negative.
Well, that's just this week in YouTube news. You don't need to make the disclaimer.
True. It's like the odd episode would be like, guys, YouTube did something right.
You'd have to make it like a doomsday thumbnail. Be like, YouTube did what? And then it's just, hey, they didn't mess up for once.
They did something right. What's going on?
Yeah.
Everybody panic.
It's just, oh, they did something wrong. They did something wrong. Panic alert. They made a good decision.
It's funny because Cozy, one of my friends from Kawa, she's actually the title of her stream is YouTube's Got Issues.
I did see that. That popped up in my sub feed as well.
I'm just like, it's too true. YouTube is, oh gosh, YouTube, what are you doing? Can we go back to the days where we were just worried if we were getting views?
Back in time, to the good old days. Yeah, I do like the thumbnail as well. It's just YouTube's Got Issues, full stop. Nothing more really needs to be said.
Man, there's sometimes those just simple thumbnails though. They just
work.
They just work.
Sometimes you don't need a complicated thumbnail. Just a text says all you really need it to.
Yep. Everyone knows what the stream's going to be about.
I do like that we started like almost 5 hours ago talking about how bad YouTube was, and we're coming all the way back.
We just had to come full circle. I've noticed that this is what happens when I talk with people who are primarily on YouTube. It's just a different mentality, honestly, from like YouTube people versus Twitch people. It's just, I feel like Twitch people are more just concerned with like their own specific content and less about the platform doing stupid crap.
Yeah.
Whereas YouTube people are like, can you believe what YouTube did this week? This screws me over so hard.
even for things that don't screw you over, you're just like
why? Why would you make this change?
Like for you with the swearing update, because that probably wouldn't affect you much because I don't think you swear. It
doesn't affect me at all.
But even then, you're like, YouTube, come on.
But it's like, but I have friends that it does affect, and it's like,
yeah,
it's like
this is the platform.
Oh, like, God. Just let people do their stuff.
Why do we have YouTube Kids? Come on now, it's there for a reason. Just use it.
Exactly. It's like YouTube Kids has a purpose. Let's let it keep its purpose and let everyone else live their lives. Like, come on. Oh gosh. But I do unfortunately think I need to call it.
Yeah.
Because I at least need to start getting ready to go somewhere soon.
Yeah, no, that's valid. We've been talking, it's 20 to 6 in the morning.
It's almost 5 hours. Like, good Lord.
Jeez.
That's the longest I've streamed in a very long time.
Yeah. This would honestly be my longest stream if it wasn't for Fire Emblem. Like,
this is why I do morning streams though, because if cool stuff happens in the morning, I can keep going. if cool stuff happens at night, I'm dead.
Well, I just never sleep. That's why I can't with that problem.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's 6 a.m. for you, so I'm not really surprised.
It's fine. I'll drink some coffee. I'll be right. I got my own news stream. It's weird to think like my own news stream is in less than 24 hours.
That is kind of weird to think.
It's a weird mental space to be in. But
see, now you just got to get guests on your news stream, right? Like you were talking about. Be the
I would.
false idea approach.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Things VTubers. I'd be stepping on his toes.
Well, I mean, just the inviting people, you know.
Yeah. No, he copyrighted that. Only he's allowed to invite people on his stream. YouTube is coming for you as we speak.
Oh gosh.
Susan is rapidly approaching your location.
Oh gosh. But yeah, once again, anyone who's no one has really left the stream in 4 hours. What is, guys? I love you, but I'm really surprised you could just hear us ramble for like 4 hours and 45 minutes.
It's basically turned into a podcast at this point. That's what someone said in chat. They were like, once you go over 4 hours, it's just a podcast.
True.
I had fun. I mean, again, this is my first time collabing really with anyone, but it was like super chill. I had a lot of fun. Super comfy. Thank you for inviting me on, man.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Obviously.
Yeah. Nah. I had a terrible time.
It's like, gosh, guys, can you believe this Penumbral guy? We're never having him on again. What is this?
You know, if I really liked you, I'd have you on for 8 hours. But man,
yeah, it's like you only made it to 5 hours. You're not a good guest.
God, can't believe that guy.
But yeah, if you guys haven't checked him out, the link to his channel, you can click on his name on the stream. I mean, I couldn't have made it any easier for you guys to find him. I don't think.
Don't do it. It's a trap.
I mean, I've got a pinned comment. I've got it in the title. I've got it in the first line of the description. If you guys can't find him, I'm disappointed in you.
All I do is talk about swords and waifus. Don't do it, man. It's a trap.
It's worth it, though, because then you can bully him like the rest of us.
Don't bring more bullies into my chat. I don't need any more.
Look,
I have like 3 positive people.
My chat is a say-so-friendly place, which means I get to shove all the toxic people over to you.
Oh.
That's how it's going to work.
They'll be right at home. Don't worry. We'll make them feel comfortable.
But yeah, we're going to ship you guys off to Cozy if you want to hear more about YouTube ranting shenanigans.
Oh, yeah.
Tell her cat
out of the frying pan
into
the very hot fire.
So if you guys want to hear more about people ranting about YouTube, I guarantee she's doing that right now. But we're going to let you guys go here once again. Thank you so much for coming on Phenomenal. It's been a great time.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for chat for being here.
Yeah. So wherever you guys are in the world, hope you have a good morning, afternoon, or evening. But for now, class is dismissed, baby. Bye-bye.
I need one of those.
You gotta get yourself an ending call.
I just ran